Is my voice clear?
Yes, clear enough.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the international webinar, Exploring the World Through International Competitions, Model United Nations 101. Thank you for scheduling time and visiting today's webinar that hosted by the Faculty of Social and Politics Science, University of Riau, collaborates with University of Riau Cendekia and Faculty of Social and Politics Scientific Club. I'm Kanjeng Rahma, will taking role as Mistress of Ceremony. Welcome to the Honorable Dean and President 3, Faculty of Social and Politics Science, University of Riau, Assos Professor Dr. Syafri Harto, MSI, and Assos Professor Dr. Khairul Anwar, MSI. Welcome to the Honorable Speakers, Ms. Angelica Wiliana from Indonesia, Mr. Aiman Syafiq bin Anas from Malaysia, Mr. Adolfo Alvarez from United States of America, and also welcome for all the participants. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We're grateful to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us precious time and health. As Muslim, salawat and salam, let us give to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam by saying, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Before we step further, I would like to read the whole webinar agenda. First agenda is opening by MC, that's done by me. Second, opening remarks and officially open international webinar by Dean of Faculty of Social and Politics Science, University of Riau. Third, introducing agenda and procedure during webinar by moderator. Fourth, sharing and talking with the speakers. Fifth, awarding speakers and moderator. And last is closing. Moving right along, opening remarks and officially open the international webinar, Exploring the World Through International Competitions, Model United Nations 101, by Dean of Faculty of Social and Politics Science, University of Riau. Please welcome Professor Dr. Syafri Harto, MSI. Place and time are yours.
Ini ketemu ya. Ini gini.
Halo.
Ya, Pak.
Yes, sir.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajmain. Hello everyone. Good morning from Indonesia. It's my great pleasure to welcome all you to our special international webinar. I'm speaking on behalf of my duty as the Dean of Faculty of Social and Politics, University of Riau. Would like to welcome all you to our international webinar with them and topic exploring the world to international competition, Model United Nations 101. First of all, I would like to greet our Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Corporation, and Alumni, Associate Professor Dr. Khairul Anwar, MSI. Thanks for coming. Mr. Khairul, Mr. Hairul? Hello?
Hello, hello.
Yes. Also, to our speaker from different nationalities, Angelia Uliana from Institute Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Hello, Angelica.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Aiman Syafiq bin Anas from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Hello, Aiman.
Hello, sir. It's an honor to be here.
And the last one is Adolfo Alvarez from Universidad Español, Campus Diamante, Mexico, America. Hello, Adolfo. Hello. So our big thanks. So I met to all the community, my student from Physics Scientific Club and University Riau Cendekia. Sorry, Universitas Riau Cendekia for assisting us at the present this event. Honestly, our main goal is to conduct this event. International webinar discuss some of competition. There's our student and audiences here can participate into our awareness of how important international competition can shape our character and develop some soft skill needed in the future. Especially when students graduate from campus and start trade the next journey to the next level like employment, postgraduate program, service community, and that's all. I do believe that your committee to join this webinar international is the right choice. And you are and you are lucky to have a golden opportunity to attend this event today. Here, our invite speakers will share this experience, knowledge, perspective, and anything the good sign that decide to join an international competition or programs. Therefore, I do hope to all of you to pay more attention when participation in all of session as any question come in your mind to them. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about them exploring the world chose international competition, we chose them because we believe to international competition can help you to explore the world, teach you new things, present you with valuable insight and knowledge and security. And security in this way, session you to be more closest with your dreams. Your dreams. In this pandemic situation, with most of our movement restrict this COVID-19 protocol, most of our students are not able to join any competition, and even they have to cancel their participation after being accepted. Especially with our policy in Riau University, and maybe this and maybe some of universities in Indonesia also implemented this decision. To prevent students' movement joining any competition that have in a different city or different city or a different district, maybe, or even constitute prevent the risk of COVID-19 chain, and to ensure that all of our students and stay safe and healthy. But on the other hand, most our students therefore that they can still participate in a national international competition or program towards virtual. Yes, right now most of national and international competition held towards virtual meeting, which means they're still able to join any competition even though even without coming to place with the committee conducting the event. Ladies and gentlemen, Waisdin Khairul Anwar, they even can join some competition in the same weeks without any city of the budget. Therefore, they should be more enthusiastic to sympathetic, and this is what we hope from all of you. Believe me, that's COVID-19, not the reason. Father, believe me, COVID-19, not the reason preventing you to join such beneficial program like international competition. Give applause. Give applause, please. Last word for me. Learn as much as you can, explore your potential and spread kindness for people around you with your presence among them. All right. Now now this for me to open international webinar officially by Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hopefully this event can present such a valuable things for us. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to have photo section with the Dean, Professor Shafri Harto. The operator, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, I will count 1 until 3. 1, 2, yes.
Excuse me, Mistress of Ceremony, would you like me to take control? Okay, so here we have 6 screens, and we don't know in which screens are you, so please turn on your cameras. Thank you. Okay, this is the first screen. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. And then the next screen, the second screen, 1, 2, the third screen, 1, 2, the fourth, the fifth, and the last. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Asha.
Okay.
Sixth screen.
Thank you, operator. Thank you so much for Professor Dr. Syafri Harto.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
The main agenda that we cannot wait anymore will be led by our moderator, Maria Ulfa, the outstanding students of Faculty of Social and Politics Science, University of Riau 2020. Please welcome Maria Ulfa. She has so many achievements, and here I would like to read some of them. She has ever joined a volunteering as Indonesia delegation teacher for International Volunteer Program in Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia, 2019. As facilitator of Kuliah Kerja Nyata Terintegrasi for Refugees and Asylum Seekers in Pekanbaru, 2019 until 2020. She also has some achievements. Some of them are Indonesia delegation for Asia Youth International Model United Nations Network, Bangkok, Thailand, 2018. Indonesia delegation for Pajajaran Model United Nations in Bandung, 2019. Indonesia delegation for Institut Teknologi Bandung Model United Nations, 2020. First place for Arabic debate in Musabaqah Tilawatul Quran, University of Riau, 2019. And speaker of academic seminar in International Management class, University of Riau, 2019. To Maria Ulfa, please take your time.
Okay, thank you, Kanjeng. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, good morning from Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello, okay. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to our international webinar with the theme Exploring the World for International Competition. So our topic today, we will discussing about Model United Nations 101. But before going to the first speaker, so yes, actually I will tell to you about what has Mr. Syafri Harto said before in the previous opening remarks. He said, I will translate into Indonesia to make you easier for us, to make you understand. Oke, jadi tadi Bapak sudah menyampaikan dalam kata sambutannya bahwasannya tujuan dilaksanakannya webinar ini adalah untuk menginspirasi, juga memotivasi para mahasiswa, terutama yang hadir dalam kegiatan kita pada hari ini, untuk selalu meningkatkan potensi dan kemampuannya melalui keikutsertaan dalam kompetisi internasional. Nah, salah satu kompetisi internasional yang menjadi fokus diskusi kita ke hari ini adalah Model United Nations. Nah, Bapak juga menyampaikan bahwasanya meskipun di masa pandemi COVID-19, teman-teman para mahasiswa di sini tetap bisa mendapatkan prestasi, ya kan? Karena selama pandemi COVID-19, para tim penyelenggara kegiatan atau penyelenggara kompetisi itu telah mengubah adaptasi kegiatannya itu secara online atau secara virtual. Jadi ini juga merupakan salah satu keuntungan di mana teman-teman tidak perlu mengeluarkan budget terutama untuk akomodasi seperti transportasi, kemudian juga penginapan, dan tentunya ini sangat membantu teman-teman untuk bisa ikut kegiatan atau kompetisi, bahkan dalam minggu yang bersamaan juga tetap bisa mengikuti berbagai kompetisi. Nah, juga Bapak berpesan tadi bahwasanya para mahasiswa di sini sekalian untuk belajar dengan serius, kemudian mengeksplorasi kemampuannya, karena nanti di masa depan kita tidak tahu bahwasanya skill-skill yang saat ini telah kita dapatkan baik selama kita menjadi seorang mahasiswa di kampus, itu akan sangat membantu perjalanan kita untuk ke next level yang lebih tinggi. Misalkan ketika kita melanjutkan studi di S2, kemudian juga membangun satu komunitas atau mengabdi di masyarakat. So today, our international webinar will host by University of Riau and also in collaboration with Universitas Riau Cendekia and Visit Scientific Club will present 3 speakers from different nationalities. Jadi ada 3 speaker dari 3 negara. The first one is Angelica Wiliana from Institut Teknologi Bandung Indonesia. Ada Angelica Wiliana dari Institut Teknologi Bandung Indonesia. And then the second speaker will be Adolfo Alvarez from United States of America. Ada Adolfo Alvarez dari Amerika. Kemudian juga nanti akan ada the last speaker will be Aiman Syafiq bin Anas from Malaysia. Okay, so maybe some of you have even heard about Model United Nation, and maybe some of you never heard about it. So yes, in every speaker they will speak about Model United Nation, but they will speak in different specific topics. The first one, Angelica Wiliana will discuss about the rule of procedure when you are going to join like a Model United Nation, and also she will tell more to you about what kind of any competition that you can join whenever you want to join any competition, and it is in international scale. Jadi banyak sekali kompetisi internasional yang nantinya akan disampaikan oleh Angelica Wiliana, the first speaker kita nantinya. Jadi I hope to all of you guys to pay attention because all speakers are outstanding speaker that we invite from different nationalities. Yes, so I also would like to inform you that we have more than 250 participants here joined from, and most of us from University of Riau, and some of us maybe from different university across Indonesia, and some of us also from different countries like India. So the presentation that will be delivered by our speaker today, the first speaker Angelica will speak in Bahasa and also English. So please don't be afraid that you cannot understand the topic because she will comment between Bahasa and also English. And also for the second speaker, when Adolfo speaking in English, I will try to help you to translate what he's speaking in Bahasa. And then when the last speaker, Aiman, speaking, he also will deliver the speech in Malay and also in English. So it will help you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So okay. Now it is time for me to read the CV for Angelica Wiliana before she's going to deliver her presentation today. So yes, maybe the operator. Okay, we have already yes. I will read the CV from Angelica Wiliana, our first speaker today. Okay, so with Angelica Wiliana, yes, she is one of outstanding students from Institut Teknologi Bandung Indonesia. Angel is an aspiring engineer and social entrepreneur hailing from Bandung Institute of Technology, who aims to explore the world within 5-year time in a venture to become a future leader for the society, nation, and the global community. Her focus today is on investing in her personal growth, a naturalist leader, thinker, and a very curious explorer. Yes, she has many working experience here, guys. The first one is that she is the Chief Executive Officer at Algaitaria. And then the second one, she is part-time teacher at Alberta Study Club. And she is also the moderator of Indonesia Emas, in Indonesia Emas 2045, Social Institute Teknologi Bandung, Advancement Integration 2020, moderated by Najwa Shihab. Maybe some of you I do believe that you know about Najwa Shihab, yeah, right? And also Ayu Kartika Dewi, in one of Bandung Institute of Technology, which present about 4,000 participants. And then she's also the moderator of the Student Summit International Industrial Engineering Competition 2020. Not only that, she also has several leadership roles in the organization or community. The first one is that she's the Director of Finance and Partnership of Students Catalyst National, and this is ongoing. And then co-founder and president of Share It Forward, and this is an international scale. And then she's also the Secretary General or Secretary General of Ganesha Model United Nations or Institute Teknologi Model United Nations. And also she has like volunteering experience. The first one is that she involved in ASEAN Youth Organization Ambassador 2020. Okay. She is also co-head of hand-in-hand project on the international advocating equal access to education under and privileged children. Okay. Next, she also gets some honors and also the awards. The first one is that she is most inspired national campus SDGs ambassador 2020-2022. 22, and then most outstanding student of Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia. So Now I give time to Angel to deliver your presentation. Thank you, Angel.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kak Maria, for such a wonderful introduction of me. Thank you. Before I begin my presentation today, I just want to really thank Pak Syafri Harto for your introduction and for the honor to invite me as one of the speakers alongside Dolfo and Ayman as well. So I do really want to say hi and my best regards to Dr. Khairul Anwar as well, and the Faculty of Social Politics, University of Riau, and FISIP Scientific Club. Thank you so much for having me, and all of the committees of this webinar, and also the participants. Thank you so much for taking your time to make this webinar and to partake here as well. Okay, so let me share my screen now. Okay, is my screen visible yet?
Yes, Angel.
Okay, thank you, Kamaria. Thank you so much, Kamaria, also for inviting me and to be moderating this webinar today. So, hi everyone, every single participant wherever you are. My name is Angel, and we will be talking about how to be international today. Jadi hari ini izinkan saya juga menyampaikan materi ini dengan bahasa Indonesia dan juga bahasa Inggris. Jadi sebenarnya teman-teman dari dulu SD nih, aku tuh sudah disekolahkan di kelas bilingual. Jadi, tapi aku merasa aku tuh jadi failed bilingual karena I mix a lot of words together. Jadi kayak aku nggak tahu sometimes like Indonesianya apa atau Inggrisnya apa. Jadi please forgive me ya kalau misalnya campur-campur kayak gini. Intinya I really hope that semua orang bisa mengerti esensi daripada apa yang aku mau share hari ini. Jadi it is a great honor for me to share just some of my experiences on how to be international. Dan menurut aku ini tuh sesuatu hal yang semestinya sangat sangat sederhana lah, karena aku percaya teman-teman dan teman-teman di luar sana, mungkin Adolfo dan Ayman juga punya pengalaman yang lebih banyak dari aku, cuman ya ini yang aku bisa share hari ini. Oke, jadi kita mulai aja ya. Nanti kalau misalnya teman-teman punya pertanyaan, punya hal-hal yang mungkin aku belum ceritain, tolong di take note dulu ya, nanti kita bakal bahas juga bareng-bareng. Oke, mari mulai. Jadi hari ini aku bakal bahas 5 hal utama ya. So first is what is international. Jadi of course semua orang kayaknya udah tahu international apa gitu ya. Cuman kayaknya nggak semua orang paham esensi international itu apa. Jadi kita bakal bahas itu hari ini. Selanjutnya kita juga bakal bahas how can I access the international. Jadi kan ya orang bilang international keren, tapi gimana caranya gitu loh. Jadi bagian dari suatu keinternasyonalan gitulah ya. Itu yang pertama ya, itu yang pertama. Terus yang kedua, model United Nations seperti yang tadi udah disebut-sebut gitu ya. Model United Nations. Mungkin kalian kalau scroll Instagram muncul ads gitu ya, MUN gitu. Kayak kenapa sih sekarang tuh hype banget MUN gitu, di sana ada, di sini ada gitu. Terus kenapa Kak Maria nih mahasiswa berprestasi ikut MUN banyak-banyak gitu kan, apa sih MUN gitu. Nanti kita juga bakal bahas itu. Terus yang ketiga, apa sih yang sebenarnya orang-orang lakuin di MUN? Kita bakal bahas sedikit. Terus keempat, MUN Survival Tip 101. Jadi kalau misalnya mau ikut MUN nih ya, gimana sih cara survive-nya gitu ya, secara ya setidaknya kayak secara general gitu. Terus kelima, nah fun fact teman-teman, jadi dulu waktu SMP aku sempat jadi atlet provinsi gitu ya, atlet provinsi for Chinese chess. Jadi bukan yang chess hitam putih ya, tapi Chinese chess. Jadi chess piece-nya bulat-bulat gitu. Cuman mainnya kayak mirip-mirip karena ada king, ada rook, ada pawn. Jadi semuanya ada gitu, tapi kayak ada yang cannon gitu, bisa loncat-loncat. Nah, jadi hari ini aku juga bakal share kenapa chess play and MUN tuh kayak super mirip. Secara filosofi menurut aku mirip banget kayak gitu. Oke. pasti teman-teman juga agak penasaran kenapa orang ini yang diundang gitu. Kayaknya kelihatannya biasa aja. Nah itu kalau itu sih ditanyain ke panitia aja ya. Cuman hari ini aku bakal sedikit kenalan. Sebenarnya aku tuh ngapain dan siapa gitu ya. Jadi di slide ini adalah list prestasi, ya sedikit lah ya, sedikit list prestasi dan kegiatan yang aku sedang lakukan sekarang. Tapi perlu ditekankan juga teman-teman kalau misalnya apa yang aku list di sini itu tidak semerta-merta menggambarkan aku sebagai seseorang. Jadi dan menurut aku prestasi itu tidak membawa, maksudnya bukan value aku lah ya, maksudnya kayak tidak menilai aku sebagai seseorang. Jadi ya ini sebagai gambaran aja sebenarnya aku ngapain. Nah, kenapa Dora the Explorer? Jadi seperti yang kalian bisa lihat, mungkin aku rambutnya pendek mirip Dora gitu ya. Cuman itu bukan esensinya. Esensinya adalah aku senang bereksplorasi. Jadi aku nyobain ini, nyobain itu, belajar ini, belajar itu hobi banget teman-teman. Jadi senang banget yang namanya menjadi penasaran dan akhirnya apa ya namanya? Dan akhirnya menjawab ke rasa penasaran itu gitu. Teman-teman mohon maaf ya kalau misalnya ada suara-suara ribut di luar sana, suka ada yang lewat-lewat, mohon maaf. Ya, jadi gitu. Pertama nih, aku tuh melakukan MUN, of course. The first MUN I went to pas university was Historical Crisis Council di Pajajaran International MUN, where I met Kak Maria. And it was a really great council karena pada akhirnya, pas di D-Day kita tuh berantem banyak banget. Cuman pada akhirnya kita jadi teman yang super baik lah ya. Everyone was like supportive. Kita berteman masih kontak-kontakan. Bahkan me and my backstabber, me and Kak Maria, which was a blockmate, kayak masih super dekat aja. Jadi ya. Terus setelah Historical Crisis Council Unpad itu, Pajajaran International MUN. Terus aku ikut Singapore MUN, ke Singapura sih waktu itu kan belum COVID ya, jadi masih jalan-jalan. Terus aku diangkat jadi Secretary General of ITB MUN 2020. Nah, pasti kalian bingung ya, kenapa ada ITB MUN terus ada Ganesha MUN Club, bedanya apa? Jadi ITB MUN itu acaranya, jadi I was like kayak ketua acara ITB MUN, which is like an international MUN tapi held by ITB. Terus aku habis jadi Secretary General nih, udah turun, diangkat lagi jadi Secretary General of Ganesha MUN Club. Jadi MUN Club-nya di ITB kayak gitu. Jadi Secretary General itu kayak ketua ya teman-teman, especially in ITB. Tapi kalau misalnya di MUN Club lain, mungkin ketuanya itu dikasih title-nya Presiden gitu. Jadi di ITB Secretary General paling tinggi kayak gitu. Terus aku CEO of Algiteria, jadi aku bikin startup teman-teman bersama teman-teman yang lain dengan basis apa yang aku pelajari di kelas, which is bioengineering. Nah, jadi aneh gak sih? Pokoknya aneh banget ya kalau misalnya tiap kali aku ke MUN, semua orang bilang kayak, Angel kamu jurusan HI di mana? Oh Angel kamu jurusan bisnis ya? Gitu. Terus aku kayak, enggak, mohon maaf, aku jurusannya IPA banget nih, bioengineering gitu. Nah, jadi sebenarnya yang aku pengen kasih tahu ke kalian, it is okay to be Dora the Explorer gitu, walaupun kalau misalnya kalian jurusan apa, kalian mau explore kemana, like jangan takut, just do it gitu, karena I did it and I am happy about my life because I'm doing it gitu sih. So yes, udah sih itu aja, yang lainnya tinggal dibaca aja. Terus I am very into social advocacies as well, dimana kayak aku kemarin volunteering yang tadi dibacain Kak Maria, aku volunteer as ambassador for ASEAN Youth Organization. It was an international thing as well. Terus aku sekarang lagi menjalankan social project to advocate for advocate for access to quality education for underprivileged children during the pandemic, karena kan pandemic kayak online gitu kan, terus nggak semua orang bisa akses pendidikan yang berkualitas tanpa laptop gitu atau tanpa devices. Jadi we come to places lah ya untuk kayak mengajar dan juga kayak bikin buku, kasih buku yang kita curate sendiri bersama volunteers. Kayak gitu teman-teman. Oke, lanjut. Right, sekarang kita bahas ya, sebenarnya apa sih international dan how do we access it. Nah, bahas dulu what is international. For me, international itu tuh multiculturalism. Jadi kayak gimana kita belajar untuk menerima kultur yang berbeda. Iya, Indonesia memang berbeda banyak ya. Maksudnya kayak Indonesia sendiri multikultural. Cuman kenapa sih kita tetap butuh internasional untuk lebih multikultural lagi gitu ya. Nah, sebenarnya banyak alasannya. Yang pertama, secara apa ya, simple kayak kalau misalnya sesama orang Indonesia mah kadang kita take it for granted gitu. Jadi kayak adalah sama-sama orang Indonesia biasa aja gitu kan. Kalau misalnya internasional kan ada kayak hype-hype-nya gitu kayak iya aku harus belajar multiculturalism, aku harus
apa aja yang dibahas. Jangan silaturahmi inilah. Yang ada adminnya. Fakultas fisik itu kan ada tuh.
Maaf ya teman-teman, seperti ada gangguan teknis sebentar ya. Oke, sudah hilang gangguan teknisnya. Oke, kita lanjutin ya teman-teman. Nah, selanjutnya multiculturalism itu it enhances tolerance gitu. Sebenarnya tolerance itu nggak cukup ya teman-teman kan tolerance. Oke, dia berbeda sama aku. Oke, kita saling menerima kita berbeda, tapi nggak cukup di sana karena kayak multiculturalism itu dan perbedaan menurut aku adalah suatu kekuatan yang sangat besar. Kalau misalnya kita bisa berkolaborasi, kita bisa bergabung gitu loh. Dan kayaknya nggak semua orang bisa paham tentang hal itu. Dan di sini kalau misalnya kalian udah punya mindset yang kayak oke, aku harus belajar tentang internasional, aku harus mencemplungkan diri ke dunia internasional, itu menurut aku bakal dibangun banget lah di sana. Karena pada akhirnya kita selalu membutuhkan orang lain dan orang lain itu bisa melengkapi kita dan pencapaian kita lah untuk masa depan. Gitu. Terus ketiga, jadinya nih kalau misalnya kita udah bisa berkolaborasi dengan orang yang berbeda dengan kita, itu tuh melatih kreativitas. Karena kalau misalnya orang yang berbeda dengan kita, dengan latar belakang, kondisi dia, hobi dia, biasanya punya train of thought. Apa ya? Train of thought tuh cara berpikir yang berbeda kayak gitu. Bisa aja aku berpikir A, B, C, D, tapi orang berpikirnya D, C, B, A, atau kayak A, C, B, D, kayak gitu-gitu. Jadi kayak pola berpikir yang berbeda pun mestinya bisa memberikan perspektif yang lebih kaya lah untuk kita, dan itu menurut aku sesuatu hal yang perlu dijual tentang kenapa kita harus coba nih berinternasional gitu. Oke, terus ngapain nih? Gimana caranya nih kita mengakses dunia internasional? Ini adalah beberapa hal yang aku lakuin yang internasional ya teman-teman. Jadi sebenarnya banyak banget yang bisa kalian lakuin. Bisa you go on exchange, bisa volunteering, bisa MUN, bisa scholarship, bisa education programs, bisa do independent projects, terus ajak orang internasional lainnya kayak dari negara mana itu bisa through competitions, bisa ya udah tinggal beli tiket terus terbang ke negara apa, itu kan juga udah internasional sebenarnya ya. Tapi kan bedanya apa sih kalau misalnya lomba sama pergi doang gitu ya, beli tiket pergi gitu. Kalau beli tiket pergi jalan-jalan biasanya kita tuh minim interaksi dengan orang lokal. Terus kalaupun ada interaksi, kita nggak bisa ensure lingkungan yang kita interacting with itu a safe environment gitu. Karena kan ya nggak tahu itu orang dari mana, terus latar belakangnya apa, kita juga belum pernah ke sana, tiba-tiba ke sana kita nggak paham budayanya, nanti dimarahin gitu ya, ngapain yang kita anggap biasa-biasa aja, dianggap nggak sopan gitu. Jadi kayak susah sih kalau misalnya independent trip, terus kita mau langsung nyemplungin diri ke sana. Tapi kalau misalnya dibandingin dengan competition, of course yang masuk ke dalam competition itu adalah orang-orang yang mirip dengan kita, kayak pelajar, ambisius gitu, pengen belajar, udah ada certain profile yang di-set oleh komite dengan aspek event itu gitu. Event kayak ini, this webinar gitu ya. Aku yakin teman-teman yang datang ke sekarang ini tuh interested in joining international things, or like improving yourself. Jadi that kind of like profile itu tuh menjadi suatu barrier lah. Jadi kayak kita bisa feel safe in exploring opportunities within that event kayak gitu. Nah, coba ya satu-satu. Exchange itu banyak banget caranya. Waktu itu aku ke International Young Leaders Program from Melbourne University back in 2017 when I was like in high school. Itu tuh aku dapat scholarship gara-gara menang lomba esai. dapat scholarship 2 minggu gitu. So, ya sebenarnya lomba juga bisa kasih kalian scholarship teman-teman. Jadi tinggal cari-cari aja sebenarnya apa sih yang cocok buat kalian gitu. Ada aja exchange yang kayak daftar lewat university or like sekolah kalian kerjasama dengan university lain, itu bisa gitu untuk exchange. Nah yang kedua itu volunteering, as I've mentioned before, ASEAN Youth Organization. I work with people around ASEAN kayak Vietnam, the Philippines, Singapore. Someone is like on the Netherlands, kayak in Netherlands tapi kayak dia tuh Indonesian gitu lah, jadi kayak yes jauh-jauh gitu. So it was very fun karena what I experienced from volunteering was that aku jadi tahu apa yang terjadi di negara mereka. Karena maksudnya gini loh, beda banget loh kalau misalnya kita baca berita doang sama dengerin dari orang yang kita kenal sendiri gitu loh. Kayak, oh, it's legit happening. Terus kayak mereka punya perspektif yang lain. Kayak, oh ya Jel, sebenarnya tuh itu nggak sesuai loh dengan apa yang dipublikasikan di news, kayak gitu-gitu. Terus kayak, it was very mind-blowing. Dan ya seru banget lah teman-teman. Aku nggak bisa ngomong lagi, pokoknya seru. Nah, terus ketiga, scholarship. So, ini adalah 2 scholarship yang aku dapat ya, yang skalanya internasional. Jadi yang pertama itu, ini aku ada kecil banget di sini ya di layar. Nah, ini tuh dua-duanya aku dapat pas pandemi. Jadi menurut aku, apa yang tadi dikatakan sama Pak Syafri, sama Kak Maria itu benar. Jadi kayak jangan sampai pandemi itu membatasi kalian untuk bereksplorasi, especially to like international realm of like exploration. Karena aku pun nih volunteering pas pandemi, scholarship tapi pas pandemi. Education program aku join share itu kayak consulting education gitu, basing in Paris. Mereka tuh juga ya pas pandemi gitu kan. Terus aku independent project which is like hand in hand yang aku jelasin tadi, when ya aku bikin buku segala macam itu pas pandemi. Jadi kayak kita kerjain di rumah masing-masing, banyak meeting gitu sih. Terus model United Nations sebenarnya ada online or offline, so yes, pokoknya ya jangan dibatasi ya teman-teman. Jadi ini aja sedikit dari apa yang kalian bisa coba gitu. Scholarship tuh biasanya bisa cari di internet banyak banget. Sekarang lebih banyak ya daripada dulu. Jadi ya cobalah dicari-cari aja. Atau nggak kayak kontak your university, biasanya mereka udah punya list of siapa yang bekerja sama dengan university tersebut. Oke, lanjut. So, ini agenda kita yang ketiga nih ya. What's so hype about Model UN? Agenda yang kedua, Yes, what's so hype about Model UN? Nah, MUN itu tuh sebenarnya beda orang, beda perspektif. Sebenarnya MUN itu buat apanya gitu. Karena MUN itu tuh suatu kegiatan yang lahir dari komunitas untuk komunitas. Tapi sekarang sebenarnya udah banyak yang jadiin bisnis dari MUN, jadi itu nggak apa-apa sih sebenarnya, cuman kayak ya ada aja gitu ya teman-teman. Nah, MUN itu pertama sebuah kompetisi. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian suka berkompetisi gitu ya, kalian merasa termotivasi jika kalian harus berkompetisi dengan orang lain, mungkin harus bisa cobalah MUN. Terus kedua, international exposure. Biasanya orang yang ikut Model UN yang biasa-biasa aja, nggak suka kompetisi, mereka pengen, oh udahlah yang penting dapat international exposure gitu, bisa diskusi sama orang dari luar negeri. Waktu kemarin yang pas Historical Crisis Council pas di Pajajaran International MUN, aku sama Kak Maria kan temennya sama kayak orang Malaysia, sama lupa lagi deh, pokoknya agak banyak gitu, ada Philippines gitu, terus yang lain gitulah, ada 5 atau 6 negara kayak gitu. Nah, dari itu 3 life changing. For me personally, Model UN is very life changing for me. It is and it is kayak self and community development itu legit bagi aku ya, 3 sama 4. Karena aku tuh orangnya 98% introverted kalau misalnya di uji psikologi gitu ya. Aku udah 2 kali uji psikologi sama-sama 98% introvert gitu. Nah, aneh banget nih orang introvert bisa ngomong di international webinar ratusan orang saat ini. Terus kayak bisa menang MUN tuh kayak mujizat gitu teman-teman. Jadi tapi akhirnya kayak maksudnya itu tuh bukan yang kayak one night proses gitu sih, lebih kayak itu proses yang panjang untuk aku bisa sampai hari ini. Dan yes, it is life changing because aku bisa punya skill untuk ngomong ke kalian lah ya hari ini. Itu suatu pencapaian yang besar dan itu telah membantu aku banget untuk prestasi-prestasi aku hari ini gitu, kayak jadi mapres SITH ITB gitu ya. Itu tuh nggak bisa lah pintar doang IP 4 strike IP 4 doang itu nggak bisa. Jadi emang harus benar-benar aktif lah, bisa care for the environment, care about social environment and all gitu. Oke, terus kalau misalnya mau join MUN gimana caranya? Sebenarnya itu ada pilihannya. Either you go online or offline MUNs. Sebenarnya I would say I am biased to offline MUNs karena udah kebiasaan offline MUNs dan itu lebih seru aja karena jalan-jalan, ketemu teman, makan bareng. Gitu. That's the vibe. Cuman kalau offline MUN emang lebih ribet karena kalian harus travel, terus harus bawa banyak perlengkapan, pakai baju formal, make upan kalian cewek gitu kan dan lain-lain gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya online, celananya celana tidur gitu, bajunya jas ya gak apa-apa gitu kan. Terus kalian bisa browsing sambil speech gitu kan. Karena kayak misalnya aku lihat layar aja sekarang kalian kayak aku tetap ngobrol sama kalian gitu. Tapi bisa aja aku sambil baca yang lain kan. Dan itu orang nggak tahu. Jadi kayak punya special privilege-nya masing-masing. Terus kalian juga harus lihat nih how possible is it to skip class. Jadi aku sebagai anak teknik di ITB ikut MUN itu sesuatu hal yang sangat-sangat berbeda gitu kan. Jadi di ITB memang agak susah buat izinnya lah ya. Jadi aku agak susah, Pak, Bu, saya mau lomba HI gitu kan, ngapain gitu. Jadi pasti ditanyain gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya teman-teman jurusan HI ya nggak ada alasannya untuk nggak minta izin sih sebenarnya. Tapi nggak tahu sih kalau misalnya di universitas kalian gimana ya perizinannya. Cuman di ITB emang agak susah. Jadi memang harus dilihat-lihat. Makanya kenapa aku nggak sesering itulah ikut MUN. Gitu. Lanjut. Nah sebenarnya ngapain sih MUN? Jadi 3 hal utama ya teman-teman adalah pertama, kita diplomatically debate. Kalau misalnya anak-anak debat, pasti adalah anak-anak debat di dalam sini ya. Kalian kan kayak marah-marah ke kelompok lain kayak, pokoknya kamu salah, aku benar gitu kan. Nah, kalau misalnya di MUN kita nggak bisa kayak gitu. Kita kayak, oh iya, kamu benar sih, tapi kayaknya lebih baik kayak gini. Jadi kayak harus lebih diplomatis debatnya gitu. Dan kenapa sih harus diplomatis? Ini sebenarnya bukan sugarcoating, tapi lebih kayak value yang pengen ditekankan dalam MUN adalah kalau kita tuh harus berkolaborasi instead of like going against other people, kayak gitu sih. Tapi itu tergantung pada akhirnya nantinya council-nya apa. Kalau misalnya UNSC gitu ya, UNSC kan kayak very politically berat gitu, jadinya harus tegas gitu kalau misalnya A ya A, gitu. B ya B gitu. Tapi kalau misalnya UNDP, UNEP gitu itu masih bisa kayak ya bisalah compromise dikit nanti biar aku menang kayak gitu bisa aja. Oke, nomor 2, right, convincingly smart. Jadi di MUN gini loh, MUN itu ya susahnya adalah kita nggak cuman harus bisa ngomong, tapi kita juga harus bisa nulis. Jadi MUN is like super complex. Jadi kompetisi yang paling kompleks salah satunya menurut aku di dalam dunia ini yang aku pernah cobain adalah MUN karena harus segalanya bisa aja lah gitu. Nah, apa aja sih di MUN? Ada position paper. Jadi sebelum kita ke lombanya, kita harus nulis essay tentang posisi negara kita atau posisi karakter kita kayak gitulah. Terus kedua, working paper itu kayak draft resolution. Nah, draft resolution itu adalah solusi atau resolusi yang akhirnya kita pakai untuk menjawab topik yang diangkat di MUN itu. Gitu. Terus yang ketiga, kita harus bisa brainwash people. Sebenarnya enggak sih guys, bukan brainwashing ya, tapi lebih kayak influencing other people to actually gather social capital. Jadi nggak cuman harus pintar ya MUN, tapi kita harus bisa influence people to go our way gitu sih sebenarnya dan support our idea gitulah. Secara kasar ya, cuman nggak sekasar itu nantinya. Pasti ada artnya in negotiating. Nah, terus sebenarnya secara lebih detail teman-teman ada MUN itu di-govern with rules of procedures. Rules of procedures itu dokumen yang isinya rules of the game. Jadi kalau misalnya kita main apa ya, congklak gitu ya, atau apa ya yang lebih main catur aja ya. Catur kan ada peraturannya gitu. Oh ya, pawn cuma maksimal maju 2 kotak gitu. Terus bisa makannya nyamping gitu kan. Nah, yang kayak gitu-gitu tuh di-govern di rules of procedure. Jadi tiap kali MUN pasti dikasih tuh buku namanya rules of procedures. Nah, beda MUN, beda rules of the game-nya, beda rules of procedure-nya. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian tanya aku, jelasin dong rules of procedure, aku nggak bisa jelasin penuh karena setiap MUN tuh beda. Nah, tapi aku di sini udah nge-list 6 hal yang pasti ada gitu di dalam rules of procedure. Yang pertama itu general rules. Harus pakai apa, nggak boleh pakai sandal gitu ya, teman-teman datang tuh harus pakai sepatu gitu. Terus harus pakai bahasa Inggris yang formal, terus harus polite to each other gitu-gitulah general rules. Kedua, debate. Nah, aku tulis kayak what are the friends kan. Sebenarnya aku nulis di sini kan. Diplomatic debate itu ada kayak di convene, di moderated, unmoderated, and friends gitu ya. Friends-nya itu bisa banyak hal, jadi kayak mosi-mosi lain lah ya. Tapi intinya tuh moderated sama unmoderated. Oh ya, aku jelasin dulu kali ya. Moderated itu kayak apa, teman-teman? Moderated itu kayak debat biasa, tapi dimoderasi oleh chair-nya. Chair-nya itu juri gitu. Jadi misalnya nih, we'll have like 10-minute moderated caucus with 1 minute each speaking time. Berarti akan ada satu sesi moderasi 10 menit. Satu orang ngomong semenit, berarti ada 10 orang yang ngomong. Nah, tugas jurinya kayak, oke, misalnya Bambang, di list dulu ya, kayak siapa yang mau ngomong? Ya, Joni, Doni gitu ya, di list sampai 10. Nanti kita nanti jurinya ngomong kayak, oh ya silakan Bambang, you may have the floor for 1 minute. Terus ini Bambang ngomong, gitu. Oke, thank you Bambang. Terus next to speak is siapa, dipersilakan ke floor kayak gitu. Itu kayak moderated caucus. Kalau unmoderated caucus lebih kayak kalau pas sekolah kita istirahat kelas itu kan kita ribut-ribut gitu ya, ngobrol sama siapa-siapa, bergerombol di mana gitu kan. Nah kayak gitu unmoderated caucus persis. Jadi kayak kita boleh ngobrol sama siapa aja, bergerombol di mana aja, itu bebas gitu. Nah friends-nya siapa sih? Biasanya ada yang bolehin consultation of the whole. Jadi kayak hybrid moderated dan unmoderated ini agak nggak apa ya? Nggak legal ya aku ngomongnya, tapi ini sebagai gambaran aja ya teman-teman. Jadi hybridnya itu maksudnya tetap di ruangan, nggak boleh bergerombol, tapi kalau consultation of the whole tuh terserah, misalnya aku udah ngomong nih, terus aku terserah kasih mikrofonnya ke siapa selanjutnya gitu. Nah itu di debate, jadi di debate itu bagian debate rules of procedures bakal ngomongin sebenarnya ada mosi-mosi apa sih yang bisa kita pakai buat MUN itu gitu. 3, speech. Sebenarnya kita boleh ngomong pas kapan. Nanti di list ada kayak general speakers list, ada kayak moderated itu apa, terus dapat berapa menit buat ngomong. Nah, itu ada di govern di speech. Terus keempat, points. Nah, what if I need help? Jadi tenang aja teman-teman, MUN itu walaupun terlihat sangar, tapi tidak sesangar itu. Kalau misalnya kalian butuh pertolongan tentang apa, misalnya bingung gitu ya, atau kayak, oh AC-nya terlalu dingin kalau misalnya offline, itu kita bisa kayak minta points gitu, kayak points of personal privilege, points of parliamentary inquiry, points of order, gitu-gitu. Jadi kayak ada points. Terus kelima, resolution. Jadi sebenarnya gimana caranya kita bikin draft resolution itu ada di rules of procedures biasanya. Terus keenam, voting. Nah, ketika udah bikin draft resolution, gimana sih biar pass gitu kan. Nah, itu di govern di voting. Jadi voting ada berapa macam, itu tuh ada di rules of procedure masing-masing MUN. Lanjut. Nah, kalau misalnya mau ikut MUN gitu ya, how do you survive? Nah, sebenarnya ini bisa jadi webinar tersendiri lagi ya, teman-teman. Kalau misalnya teman-teman fisik mau bikin webinar lagi gitu ya, tentang MUN survival tip. Tapi ini aku jelasin aja sedikit dari semua hal itu. Pertama, menurut aku, be smart is to be smart. Jadi kan, biasanya nih orang kayak, udahlah MUN mah bohongan aja lah, kayak ya udah ngomong manis-manis terus menang gitu. Itu sebenarnya kadang bisa, tapi itu bukan sesuatu hal yang baik, dan menurut aku itu nggak selalu bisa. Jadi kayak hoki-hokian aja. Karena gini loh teman-teman, MUN itu yang tadi aku udah sempat sebut, MUN itu dibuat oleh komunitas untuk komunitas. Jadi yang menjuri kita pun orang-orang komunitas gitu loh, dari pengalaman-pengalaman dia dapat dari aktivitas dia di komunitas gitu. Jadi ada aja sih, aku ngomong aja, ini supaya pada tahu gitu ya, kalau perlombaan itu nggak bisa selamanya 100% objektif, karena yang menilai juga orang gitu kan. Jadi ya itulah tergantung jurinya. Kalau misalnya menang, ya menangnya gimana gitu. Nah, how to be smart gitu ya. Pertama, harus belajar dari study guide. Jadi tiap kali MUN, pasti si jurinya tuh udah bikinin dokumen di mana kalian bisa mulai untuk belajar. Jadi kayak, ini nih yang aku ekspektasikan sebagai juri, kamu harus membahas ini. Nah, itu tuh ada di study guide. Jadi kalian nggak perlu browsing tanpa arah gitu lah. Terus yang kedua, ROP, which is the rules of procedure yang aku bilang tadi. Itu kan kalian harus paham, karena tadi again aku bilang tiap MUN beda, game rules-nya gitu. Jadi memang harus dipelajari dulu teman-teman. Terus yang ketiga research. Jadi nggak cukup tuh belajar study guide sama ROP aja, tapi kan harus bring extra value, additional value. Kenapa sih orang harus menangin kamu? Or like, kenapa sih orang harus dengerin kamu lah to begin with? Karena kalian punya insight yang lebih daripada mereka. Nah, that is where research comes in gitu. Terus kedua adalah get rid of toxic mindsets. Banyak nih, aku kenal teman-teman aku yang MUN, awal-awal aja sekarang dia udah tobat. Jadi mereka suka ngomong kayak, I am too smart to learn lagi, kayak gitu. Kayak aku mah udah belajar lah TA aku tentang, apa itu namanya? Ya tentang misalnya dispute between China and US gitu kan. Aku nggak usah belajar lagi. Sebenarnya to some extent itu bakal benar, tapi sometimes we need to like manage our expectations dengan the expectations made by the chairs dan the committee gitu. Kayak mungkin aja yang dibahas itu memang China and US, tapi mungkin pembahasannya dalam perspektif yang berbeda. Kayak gitu. Jadi makanya kenapa kita tetap harus belajar. Setidaknya sedikit gitu ya. Terus kedua, non-subjektif. Jadi biasanya nih, aku nih, personally, waktu aku baru-baru ikut MUN, aku menganggap MUN itu like super objektif mestinya, kayak gitu. Jadi kayak, pokoknya aku belajar yang banyak, aku kasih substance semuanya di konsol, tapi pada akhirnya aku gak menang, terus aku kecewa. Aku malah dikalahin sama orang yang, sugarcoating everything, kayak gitu loh. Jadi aku agak kesel saat itu. Tapi saat ini aku sudah belajar, ternyata kayak, memang ada strategi lah di dalam MUN, kenapa ada art. Jadi nggak bisa kita pintar sendiri, terus itu ensure us to win. Gitu. Jadi itu harus di get rid dulu mindset yang kayak, ini pasti objektif atau ini pasti 100% subjektif tuh enggak. Jadi kayak itu benar-benar something that is very dynamic and something that is very kompleks lah ya to begin with gitu. Jadi ya harus berhati-hati dan harus tetap aware. Terus yang ketiga adalah understand the war zone. Nah, MUN itu nih, ini sebenarnya a virtue of me having kayak several experiences within MUN yang nggak cuma delegating, tapi I was the committee, I was the section, I was the chair, gitu-gitu. Jadi kayak it gives me a very holistic perspective of what MUN is. Nah, menurut aku itu penting banget nih teman-teman untuk teman-teman paham juga apa sih yang membuat MUN, apa sih yang membuat sistem MUN. MUN itu terdiri dari faktor-faktor apa aja gitu, dan kenapa mereka seperti itu gitu. Nah, nggak perlu sih kalian kayak berusaha jadi section, berusaha jadi chair dulu untuk belajar kayak gitu, tapi kayak misalnya ada Kamaria dan teman-teman dari FISIP juga yang bisa bantu kalian, pasti kayak tanyain aja gitu, minta pengalaman mereka, tanya-tanya kenapa kayak gini, kenapa kayak gitu. Jadi you have to really understand who are you playing with, kayak there are committee, there are chairs, there are your delegates, kayak apa aja sih yang bisa kita lakuin bersama mereka. Kalau misalnya aku bingung aku cari siapa, kayak gitu-gitu. Terus kayak belajar sebenarnya di dalam committee itu, dalam topik itu bahas tentang siapa, bahas tentang apa, kayak gitu-gitu. Terus gimana kita bisa nge-bridging all of our needs ke sana gitu. Terus yang terakhir adalah understand yourself and where you are. Jadi di MUN itu penting banget kamu mengenal dirimu sendiri, as in like personally, tapi juga penting juga untuk mengenal siapa yang kamu bawa ke konsel itu. Misalnya kamu represent United States of America, dan you have to really get your stance right gitu loh, kayak bener-bener pahamin US tuh pengen apa di topik ini. Jadi nggak boleh nyimpang-nyimpang gitu lah intinya, karena kalau udah nyimpang, udah pasti kalah aja, karena kayak you're not representing your country or your character well gitu sih. Yes. Lanjut. Oke, terakhir nih teman-teman, MUN and chess play. Jadi memang both MUN and chess punya prestige. Kalau misalnya kalian semakin banyak menang, semakin tinggi skala menangnya gitu, pasti ada prestige gitu. Tapi I think and I believe it is never the end game, karena pada akhirnya kalaupun sejago-jagonya MUN kita, sejago-jagonya aku main catur, pada akhirnya itu bukan kehidupan kita gitu loh, itu bukan esensi kehidupan kita. Kayak I do believe kayak semua orang di dunia ini diciptakan Tuhan punya punya misinya sendiri-sendiri, tapi kayaknya nggak mungkin misi kamu adalah segampang menang MUN gitu loh. Jadi MUN itu dipakai untuk menjadi suatu tool untuk berkembang, untuk reach banyak orang, tapi never take it as like okay, if I don't win this, I'm good as that gitu, kayak I'm as good as that, itu enggak ya teman-teman. Jadi yes, itu sesuatu hal yang kayak proses aja. Gitu. Terus kedua, karena hal itu, I believe every single game counts, every single MUN committee sessions or like every single MUN conference that I've been to counts gitu. Karena it is not a matter of how many times you win MUNs or like lose an MUN, it's the battle that really counts gitu. Jadi apa sih yang kamu lakuin di MUN itu? Apa yang telah berkembang, apa yang telah berubah dari dirimu sendiri within that MUN gitu. So at the end of the day, you got nothing to lose. Jadi jangan takut karena pada akhirnya everyone lose and win every single time dan itu bukan esensinya gitu. Jadi MUN itu esensinya adalah kalian bisa belajar tentang dirimu sendiri, bisa belajar tentang dunia, dunia lah ya, dunia secara global, belajar tentang orang lain, belajar psikologi gitu ya, gimana cara menghadapi orang lain, bagaimana cara convey idea dan lain-lain lah ya yang entails like MUN gitu. Dan bagi aku MUN again life changing because what MUN pushes me to do adalah untuk get out of my comfort zone and be comfortable outside of my comfort zone. Gitu. Great. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. And I would really motivate you guys to try doing either MUN or anything international yang aku tadi udah bilang. And yes, let's go international. Thank you. I give the floor back to Kamaria ya.
Okay, thanks Angel. Okay, for outstanding presentation today ya. Jadi Angel tadi banyak banget udah sharing ke kita tentang pengalaman Angel mulai ya dari mengikuti berbagai kompetisi di tingkat nasional bahkan internasional. Nah, mungkin akan aku ini ya simpulkan beberapa yang udah Angel sampaikan tadi. Jadi teman-teman mungkin masih bingung. Jadi kan Angel tadi ngomong nih, kalau ada banyak banget nih kompetisi atau program yang bisa kita ikuti ketika kita jadi mahasiswa atau ya sebelum jadi mahasiswa gitu kan. Nah, salah satunya itu adalah MUN atau Model United Nations atau sidang simulasi PBB. Nah, di MUN itu adalah kita nanti akan merepresentasikan satu negara gitu kan, misalkan dalam Council WHO bahas tentang isu pandemi gitu kan, terus mewakili atas nama Indonesia jadi delegate of Indonesia gitu kan, representative of Indonesia. Jadi di sana ecek-eceknya lah gitu kan, kita tuh bakal jadi delegate atau istilahnya kalau ya diplomat gitu, mewakili kepentingan suatu negara. Nah, dalam MUN ini sendiri, nanti bahasa yang kita gunakan adalah bahasa Inggris. Jadi kemampuan memiliki bahasa atau menguasai bahasa asing, terutama bahasa Inggris, and this is international language, itu sangat diperlukan. Juga tadi Angel udah menyebutkan tentang berbagai kegiatan ya, rutinitas Angel yang dia bilang di awal juga tentang Dora the Explorer tadi, bahwa Angel ini bukan anak HI yang orang mungkin mikirnya kalau misalkan MUN itu lebih identik sama anak-anak HI atau ya yang lebih ke sosial-sosial yang suka dibet lah, anak-anak hukum atau apalah gitu kan. Nah ini kalau anak engineering gimana nih gitu kan, kayak nyambung gak nih sama kayak ilmuwan gue gitu kan. Gitu. Padahal kan sebenarnya kalau kita teliti kembali di MUN itu bukan juga harus kita latar belakang pendidikan kita itu adalah anak HI, anak sosial, kemudian anak hukum dan sebagainya. Tapi selama kita punya passion di sana, kita pengen belajar lebih banyak hal, lebih banyak explore gitu kan. Karena di MUN nanti kita kan beda-beda banget nih council-nya. Ada misalkan WHO, ada UNHCR dan sebagainya. Jadi teman-teman itu waktu registrasi di MUN nantinya, ketika pengen ikut satu kompetisi MUN, itu bisa memilih preference council-nya tuh apa gitu, preference negaranya tuh apa gitu. Kemudian juga tadi Angel menyampaikan kenapa sih ikut MUN itu suatu hal yang sangat ya menarik gitu ya, menantang banget. Karena di sini menurut aku juga pengalaman Angel dan juga teman-teman yang udah berpengalaman di MUN, Model United Nations itu benar-benar satu kompetisi yang membutuhkan berbagai skill gitu ya. This is not only English, I mean like kita itu negosiasi dengan orang lain atau dari delegate dari negara lain. Kemudian juga sebelum hari hanya juga kita harus di research ya Angel ya. Kita harus baca-baca dari ada rule of procedure, gimana sih sistem sidang simulasi MUN ketika nanti kita merepresentasikan negara gitu kan di membahas suatu isu tertentu gitu kan. Kemudian nanti pakaiannya seperti apa ya kan, boleh nggak pakai sandal kalau misalkan kalau normal MUN lah ya sebelum di pandemic situation ya kita harus pakai benar-benar kayak outfit yang formal banget kayak di keluar gitu ya Angel ya. Tapi kalau di masa pandemi COVID-19 kayak gini, meskipun teman-teman pakai baju tidur kaos atau apapun ya masih bisa ikut gitu. Jadi bebas gitu kan. Apalagi juga di masa pandemi MUN sekarang ini kan semakin ini ya katanya tadi banyak banget yang udah ngebuka gitu kan advertise kita bisa ngelihat ketika teman-teman di IG-nya, di FB, di sosial medianya nanti akan menemukan ini kok ada tulisan MUN ini apa sih gitu kan. Kenapa gitu kan? Oh, ternyata ini salah satu kompetisi bergengsi tingkat internasional yang diikuti oleh berbagai anak-anak muda yang interest untuk ngebahas suatu topik tertentu. Dan di MUN sendiri mereka bisa belajar banyak hal, mereka bisa meliti tentang topik tapi yang mungkin belum pernah mereka dengar sebelumnya gitu kan. Jadi tertantang untuk menguji kemampuan debate mereka. Dan salah satu hal yang paling menarik dari MUN juga mungkin berbeda dari sistem debat. Kalau teman-teman di sini yang udah pernah ikut debat ya tadi Angel juga menyampaikan kalau di debat kita kayak berusaha untuk menjatuhkan argumen orang lain gitu kan. Kita bilang, oh ya argumen kamu salah gitu ya. Tapi kalau di MUN kita tuh mengelaborasi, kita mencoba untuk combine antara ide kita, argumen kita dengan orang lain, kita nyampaikan, oh ya this is the best solution that can be applied for this issue gitu misalkan. Jadi itulah salah satu keuntungan atau keunggulan MUN dibandingkan kompetisi-kompetisi yang lain. Juga hal yang nggak kalah menarik adalah when you decide to join MUN, kamu tuh bisa dapet pengalaman internasional, you will meet new friends from different country, yang itu tuh akan ngerubah gimana kamu mandang sesuatu, the way how you see everything, your perspective, this is, ya kan? Oke, jadi for this session, we will have maybe 5 questions, and actually for Angel presentation, it will be until 8 p.m. Tapi oke lah, jadi kalau misalkan kita, tadi awalnya kan 5 questions, we provide 5 questions, but still because we have more time, so we will give you more questions. I mean like, teman-teman yang bertanya boleh nanya mungkin sebelum waktu untuk presentasi kedua gitu. Oke, so ini ada pertanyaan, udah ada pertanyaan tadi, mungkin aku bacain dulu ya Angel ya. Oke, ini ada pertanyaan dari Halim, Riau University. Halo Kak, saya Halim Hidayah dari Ilmu Komunikasi 2020. Wah, ini maba, bukan. Kemarin udah ini ya, baru pengumuman SMPTN. Udah nggak jadi maba lagi nih, meskipun belum datang ke kampus. Oke, ingin bertanya beberapa minggu ke depan saya akan mengikuti MUN, tapi skill bahasa Inggris saya masih jelek. Nah, bagaimana caranya agar bisa survive saat MUN walau bahasa Inggrisnya masih belum bagus? Thank you Kak. Gitu. Oke, mungkin bisa dijawab langsung oleh Angel.
Thank you Kak Maria. Oke, teman-teman sebelum aku jawab itu, tadi kayaknya aku skip banget. Maaf ya, aku tuh agak insecure karena aku lagi nggak punya timer around me. So I was thinking kayak aku udah overtime, ternyata kita under time teman-teman. Mohon maaf. Jadi sebenarnya aku mau kasih tahu juga ya, kayak tadi yang dikatakan Kak Maria benar. Jadi MUN itu sebenarnya apa? Based on the name, model United Nations. PBB, model berarti model kayak maksudnya ya simulasi gitu ya. Jadi memang kita simulasi tentang PBB. Jadi makanya kenapa tadi aku bilang kita merepresentasikan negara, atau kalau misalnya kalian masuk crisis council kayak kemarin kita merepresentasikan karakter dan lain-lain gitu. Jadi model UN sekarang sudah banyak sudah jadi nanti kalian tinggal pilih aja, ikut satu MUN, pilih aja yang menurut kalian menarik topiknya, konsolnya, dan menurut kalian bisa kalian excel in that certain thing gitu. Kayak aku waktu ke Singapore MUN, I wasn't really confident in doing something social. Jadi aku pikir kayak ya udah World Health Organization something like very very science gitu. I'm doing science kan. Jadi ya udah gitu kan. Tapi pada akhirnya aku nggak menang Bastel juga karena again teman-teman pintar itu tidak cukup ya. Jadi memang agak terlalu banyak, maksudnya terlalu banyak untuk diceritakan lah challenges in MUN karena kalian menghadapi orang lain head on gitu, bener-bener kayak ya semua orang berbeda terus kalian harus hadapi satu-satu gitu, itu agak sulit, especially for me yang introverted gitu. Oke, ya udah gitu aja. Nanti kalau misalnya ada yang gak jelas tentang apa sih MUN masih gak jelas gitu, tanyain aja ya. Ya udah kita lanjut yang Halim tuh ya. Jadi kalau misalnya mau ikut MUN tapi Inggrisnya belum bagus gimana? Menurut aku itu bukan satu masalah yang besar karena banyak banget I would say teman-teman yang aku kenal ikut MUN pas aku ketemu mereka itu Inggrisnya emang ya biasa aja gitu, kayak stutter banyak, terus kayak nggak tahu bahasa Inggris apa Inggrisnya, terus mereka ngomong bahasa Indonesia di speech mereka gitu kan, banyak aja gitu teman-temannya kayak gitu. Nah tapi gimana nih biar survive tanpa bahasa Inggris? Sebenarnya kalau bisa kalian latihan, kan kalau di YouTube tuh banyak video latihan latihan bahasa Inggris bersama aku kayak gitu. Nah itu ditontonin terus kalian cobain latihan bahasa Inggris pakai video itu. Tapi kalau misalnya itu nggak sempat, nggak apa-apa. Tapi karena gini loh, menurut aku mestinya kita semua tuh udah ke-expose bahasa Inggris yang cukup banyak dari TV, radio, musik segala macam. Jadi mestinya sedikit banyak ada di on the back of your head lah ya, those words and those grammars lah ya, vocabularies and grammars gitu. Nah, eksekusinya gimana? Menurut aku pada akhirnya what really matters in MUN adalah orang mengerti what you mean gitu loh. Nah, itu tuh tergantung banget karena kalau kalian international MUN yang punya banyak orang dari negara banyak-banyak itu, terus punya dialek yang berbeda, punya aksen yang berbeda, itu bakal susah to actually survive there tanpa bahasa Inggris yang bagus. Tapi kalau sesama orang-orang Indo, itu kayaknya ya udah, yang penting dia ngerti maksud kamu apa gitu loh, nggak perlu yang Inggrisnya bagus-bagus amat. Gitu sih sebenarnya. Jadi kayak yes, kalau bisa latihan, baca-baca, nonton video, I do think nonton YouTube videos itu super helpful, setidaknya pada aku ya. Jadi aku kayak my English brain just connects gitu. Jadi kayak I can like speak more fluently. Jadi you can try that sebelum mulai konsol juga dengerin ngomong di YouTube pakai bahasa Inggris and then you follow kayak gitu. Itu it really helps for warm up. Tapi kalau misalnya nggak bisa sama sekali, then yes, just go with it. Pokoknya pede gitu. Kita aja. Semoga menjawab ya.
Iya, benar. Jadi kalau di MUN itu kan kalau misalkan kita merasa oke, bahasanya nih, bahasa Inggrisnya masih kurang ini nih, terus jadi insecure gitu kan. Nah sebenarnya peserta lain juga merasa kayak insecure juga gitu. Oh bahasa Inggrisnya belum ini juga. Cuman karena mereka itu ada keberanian gitu, lebih beraninya tuh lebih ngalahin insecure-nya tadi, kayak ketakutan untuk nggak bisa, takut nggak bisa ngomong bahasa Inggris. Padahal ya nanti kalau di MUN juga orang kadang kalau grammar-grammarnya sedikit salah ya nggak apa-apa ya kan, Jal? Ya gitu. Jadi kalau selama masih kita bisa pahami gitu, apalagi sama kita orang Indonesia, yang ketilah kayak kita misalkan orang bule nih mencoba untuk ngomong bahasa Indonesia, kita mencoba oh ya ini kayak maksudnya ini dia gitu kan.
Iya betul.
Dengan grammarnya yang misalkan masih kurang pas gitu, fine gitu. Karena nanti seiring berjalannya waktu ketika teman-teman memutuskan untuk ikut MUN, di sana juga kan itu secara nggak langsung melatih kita untuk ngomong ya, punya public speaking ya. Pertama pede, kemudian juga karena kita kan akan ngedengar nih para delegate lain menyampaikan ini, mereka kadang tuh ada pengaruh juga loh sama kita. Oh ya kita nanti bakal kayak gitu loh gitu. Maksudnya akan ikuti cara the way how they present gitu kan.
Oh, one thing to add ya Kak Maria, I do think MUN, ini nih, nggak semua orang paham tentang ini, tapi menurut aku MUN itu sebenarnya lebih berat ke ilmu komunikasi instead of like talking skills gitu, like communication and talking is like two different things kan ya. Kalau communicating, it doesn't necessarily mean kalian harus say the right word buat kayak receive the right feedback gitu. Tapi kalau komunikasi itu lebih yang kayak udah say something yang very very simple, tapi kalian bisa mendapatkan value yang maksimal dari hal itu. Dan menurut aku yang tadi nanya kan dari ilmu komunikasi ya, kayaknya kalian udah kayak belajar lebih banyak tentang komunikasi dibanding aku. Jadi ya manfaatkanlah itu teman-teman, kayak komunikasi itu nggak selalu dari apa yang kita katakan, tapi mungkin dari apa yang kita lakukan, dari apa yang kita tunjukkan gitu. Jadi maksimalin aja apapun yang kalian bisa pakai.
Oke, kita lanjut ke next question ya. This is the question from Dea, from Riau University. Hello Kak, I have a question. Is it possible to find a sponsorship for our first MUN? Thank you.
Hi, that's such a good question ya Dea, thank you. Sebenarnya susah, tapi gini loh, jadi kayak gini, mungkin gini dulu deh. Jadi MUN ada suatu mindset yang melekat dengan MUN, yaitu itu hanya untuk orang kaya yang bisa bayar, bisa pakai jas, bisa pergi jalan-jalan gitu kan. Saya enggak ya teman-teman, itu salah satu mindset toxic yang tadi aku sempat sebut, tapi aku enggak sebut ini secara explicit. So know ya teman-teman, MUN you can do it anytime, anywhere. Tinggal cari aja yang pas buat kalian gitu. Nah, sponsorship for your first MUN itu agak sulit karena biasanya nih kalau sponsorship dia tuh ngelihat track record dulu. Kayak kamu udah berapa kali menang gitu. Karena gini loh, sponsor itu pengen biayain kita biar dia ikut pansos juga. Pansos itu panjat sosial teman-teman. Jadi kayak ya aku juga pengen ikut branding nih, aku bayar nih orang nih kita disupport sama company ini nih, of course yang company yang bayar kalian merasa sangat-sangat bangga nih kan. Nah, memang ada hal yang seperti itu, makanya kenapa kalau misalnya orang-orang yang baru first time MUN itu susah buat cari sponsorship. Tapi daripada kalian susah-susah cari sponsorship for your first MUN, cari MUN yang free. MUN free banyak banget sekarang, especially online, karena well basically everyone likes doing MUN, jadi kayak banyak yang bikin free, so just find some free MUNs gitu, or just find good MUNs yang biayanya murah gitu kan, soalnya kalau online biasanya nih kalau offline kan kayak bisa 500, 800 juta gitu kan, tapi kalau misalnya online tuh paling kayak 50.000 sampai 200.000 paling mahal gitu, jadi kayak bisa lah teman-teman, terus kan jasnya pinjam aja gitu, jadi kayak nggak usah beli sendiri gitu, nggak apa-apa sih, kayak ya bisa lah di akal-akalin ya teman-teman, nggak usah capek-capek cari sponsor gitu. Semoga menjawab ya, kalau nggak menjawab bilang.
Oke.
Thanks, Angel.
Mungkin tambahan juga ya.
The first time aku ikut MUN itu dulu juga sebenarnya dapat sponsor, meskipun belum pernah dapat award. Maksudnya kalau di MUN sebelumnya belum, karena itu yang pertama kali kan. Nah, jadi tetap bisa dapat sponsor. Jadi ada banyak banget nih cara yang bisa kita lakukan. Pertama adalah kita bisa majuin proposal nih ke universitas dulu. Kalau di masa sebelum pandemi COVID-19 itu kan ada biaya perjalanan, akomodasi dan sebagainya. Itu nanti coba tanya-tanya di universitasnya deh, apakah ada dana partisipasi untuk mengikuti kegiatan. Apalagi kalau udah tingkat internasional itu biasanya mereka mendukung banget. Kemudian sponsor ini juga bisa diberikan ke perusahaan, ya kan. Nah kalau di sini mungkin kalau anak-anak Riau itu bisa ngajuin ke Telkomsel yang di sini, kemudian juga di bank-bank yang ada kantor-kantor cabang yang ada di sini juga boleh ngajuin gitu. Juga ke pemerintah daerahnya. Jadi teman-teman ketika ingin mengajukan satu proposal bisa langsung ya audiensi gitu kan, ke misalkan ke bupati, ke DPRD dan sebagainya. Nah mereka tuh sangat, kalau misalkan teman-teman udah punya koneksi nih, mereka akan sangat excited untuk membantu teman-teman. Jadi kayak don't worry. Nah menariknya adalah sekarang di masa pandemi biaya untuk daftar MUN tadi sebagaimana yang Angel sudah sebutkan murah banget. Bahkan ada MUN yang gratis ya kan Jel. Nah biasanya tuh yang diadain sama Odemun, Alumni Sensible Donation itu tuh gratis. Kemudian juga sekolah panitia kemarin kalau nggak saya yang dari negara India itu kebanyakan juga gratis. Bahkan mereka mencari peserta loh yang ingin menjadi delegasi dari acaranya tadi gitu.
Oke,
kita pindah ke pertanyaan selanjutnya ya. Oke. Ini pertanyaan dari Rio Fandi from Riau University. Thank you Kak Angel for a very great speech. However, I like to inquire that is it possible one participant represent two different countries? Thank you.
Okay, thank you Rio Fandi for the question. Jadi sebenarnya ini dong mau jawab yang tadi juga, kayak bener sih kalau misalnya Kak Maria itu like, kalau misalnya kalian punya koneksi, that's like super privilege ya sebenarnya. Kalau aku aku ngasih perspektif in which aku tuh bukan siapa-siapanya kampus, aku bukan siapa-siapa company gitu sih teman-teman. Jadi kayak susah bagi aku. Dan juga kalau di iya sih susah, beda ya, kayak ITB, lomba HI itu agak susah banget karena kayak mereka cari relevansi dengan ITB apa gitu, jadi mereka kalau mau biayain juga susah. Makanya kenapa MUN di ITB baru angkatan apa aja sih, kemarin kita sempat appeal for like MUN nih Pak, ini bagus Bu gitu kan, nah itu baru dilirik gitu, jadi makanya bisa dibantuin kayak gitu. Nah tapi kalau misalnya kalian nih teman-teman udah ada jurusan HI, kayaknya bakal besar banget kesempatan kalian untuk didanai, especially prodi and university, so yes, go with it. Jadi cobain aja. Oke, lanjut ya. Kayaknya kalau misalnya one participant represent two countries, aku belum pernah deh kalau yang MUN beneran yang gede gitu ya. Karena satu representing one country in itself udah susah. Gimana kalian mau represent two countries? Tapi kalau misalnya kalian di council yang kayak European Union, sebenarnya kan kalau misalkan represent European Union udah kayak many countries in itself gitu kan, bukan yang kayak satu country doang, tapi European Union udah satu stance gitu. Sebenarnya kayak lebih ke whether you're representing one stance atau two stance sih kalau aku baca pertanyaannya. Jadi menurut aku tetap one stance regardless of how many countries representing that stance kayak gitu sih. Bisa EU, bisa aja kamu represent ASEAN gitu kan. So yes, semoga menjawab.
Kita langsung aja apakah evaluasinya seperti kita.
Oke, pertanyaan selanjutnya, ini bertanya Kak, saya Lady Akuntansi Unri. Mohon itu sebenarnya apa bedanya dengan yang lainnya? Seperti sesuatu yang spesial atau pembeda dengan lainnya?
Okay, great question. Thank you dari Lady. Oh, lucu namamu, bagus sekali. Okay, thank you for the question. Right, so bedanya apa? Sebenarnya semua aktivitas itu beda ya. Kayak tadi kan aku nulis kayak volunteering, of course, competition is not volunteering. Terus exchange, of course, it's not volunteering. Bisa aja exchange sambil volunteering sih kayak IASEC gitu kan. Tapi in itself tuh konsep itu kayak berdiri sendiri gitu. Nah, tapi apa sih yang jadi spesial tentang MUN dan kenapa jadi hype, kenapa jadi orang tuh menganggap, oh tinggi sekali nih MUN. Biasanya itu tuh kayak branding sih. Maksudnya marketing plays a huge role in like the hypeness of MUN. Tapi secara aku as a person, kenapa I still stay in the MUN community is because I learn a lot from MUN. Jadi yang bikin susah dari MUN, again tadi aku bilang itu melatih segalanya secara sekaligus gitu. Kayak your speaking skills, your communication skills, your writing skills, your negotiation, your leadership skills, kayak gitu-gitu. Tapi sebenarnya utamanya adalah leadership sih yang paling susah untuk diperoleh. Karena MUN itu bagusnya, like menurut aku MUN itu yang bikin brilian ya, karena MUN itu di satu ruangan, misalnya kayak semua orang digabungin ke dalam satu ruangan, dan satu ruangan itu tuh presents banyak sekali tekanan eksternal dari orang lain yang di sekeliling kamu dalam ruangan itu, dan orang lain yang di luar ruangan kamu, kayak mental pressure, dan juga tekanan diri sendiri. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian belum pernah coba MUN, please cobain aja, lihat, terus kalian catat ya, kira-kira tekanan apa aja yang kalian rasakan. Dan yang aku bisa kasih tahu ke kalian, me personally, aku merasakan tekanan dari diriku sendiri kayak, Jal ngomong, terus kayak, tapi on one side aku juga pikir kayak, udah jangan ngomong, gak usah ngomong kayak gitu. Jadi kayak those kind of like circumstance adalah hal-hal yang akhirnya menggesek-gesek kita semakin semakin bijaksana gitu, semakin cepat berpikir, semakin kritis kayak gitu. Makanya kenapa MUN bagus secara konsep gitu ya, karena itulah lingkungan yang dibentuk dalam kegiatan itu tuh kompleks, dan itu tuh bisa nge-push kita to the better, makanya itu kayak bagus gitu sih sebenarnya. Nah, tapi gak semua orang bisa mendapatkan experience yang sebagus aku tadi ngomong, karena gak semua orang melihat MUN sebagai wadah perkembangan diri. Banyak yang kayak lihat, udah it's a competition, aku menang ya menang, aku kalah ya kalah gitu. Well, jangan sampai kayak gitu sih menurut aku. There's a lot to MUN than only just like a competition kayak gitu.
Oke, Angel, tadi pertanyaan dari Lady ternyata ada tambahannya lagi. Jadi bagaimana cara kita mendapatkan info mengenai MUN, dan apakah MUN itu mirip dengan speech tidak?
Oke. Yang kedua, info mengenai MOUN. Menurut aku pasti nih your university, nggak tahu sih, tapi kayak your school, your university punya klub MUN. Kalau misalnya kalian punya kesempatan untuk join, biar kalian dapat kayak akses informasi yang lebih terarah lah ya. Itu satu. Kedua, di Instagram, maksudnya MUN sekarang banget udah main Instagram banget teman-teman. Jadi kalian tinggal ketik aja MUN, terus nanti muncul banyak itu karena kalian coba tanya teman-teman kalian yang mungkin udah agak ngerti MUN lah ya, mau tanya aku, mau tanya Kak Maria, tanya aja gitu, kira-kira MUN apa sih yang bagus gitu. Nah, Ini ada trik juga sih, maksudnya kayak nyari MUN yang bagus tuh kayak gimana. Jadi menurut aku pas awal-awal kalian ikut ya ikut MUN apa aja bebas gitu sih menurut aku. Tapi kalau misalnya udah mulai mau mendalami MUN gitu, itu ikutlah MUN yang memang udah agak lama dalam community. Mereka pasti punya standar substantif yang udah legit gitu loh dibandingkan yang baru-baru. Kayak gitu sih. Jadi cari-cari aja, browsing itu pasti banyak MUN. Gitu. Terus MUN mirip speech atau enggak? Jadi speech is a part of MUN, but not MUN in itself. Karena again MUN tuh kompleks banget. Karena yes, you do speech in like moderated caucus, tapi kamu juga harus negotiate in unmoderated caucus. Kamu juga harus punya leadership skills kayak ya kalau misalnya kalian nggak punya leadership, nggak punya kayak karisma, itu susah aja untuk lead other people, right? So yes, MUN ngelatih itu juga. Terus you have to have writing skills. Jadi sebenarnya ini kayak apa ya? Gabungan dari semua English competition ya, kayak writing, iya, speaking, I say speech gitu ya ada gitu. Terus apa sih kayak storytelling juga kalau speech kan biasa orang pakai for them to actually be more convincing. Jadi yes, this is a part of MUN as well. Gitu. Semoga menjawab.
Okay. Thank you, Angel. And I think this is the last question. Halo Kak, perkenalkan saya Lina dari Bimbingan Konseling Unri. I have a question secara umum dan khusus apa perbedaan MUN dengan comparative study? And also untuk dana yang dibutuhkan ketika kita mengikuti MUN itu apakah murni dari universitas, pribadi atau sponsor Kak? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kak Maria boleh bantuin aku nggak? Aku nggak tahu comparative study apa.
Mungkin ini perbandingan studi enggak? Komparatif.
Banding?
Apa ya? Studi banding maksudnya. Atau apa sih? Oke, mungkin Lina bisa jelaskan yang dimasukkan dari komparatif study. Lina can unmute your audio.
Atau nggak apa-apa deh, kita coba asumsikan aja apa itu comparative study ya teman-teman. Mohon maaf ya Lina kalau misalnya ini semoga agak nyentuh lah ya kalau saya pun salah banget gitu. Nah, yang aku tangkap dari comparative study mungkin kayak studi banding, exchange mungkin ya. Jadi apa bedanya? Bedanya ini kompetisi, jadi bisa menang bisa kalah. Ada juara 1, juara 2, juara 3. Tapi oh ya, fun fact about MUN ya teman-teman, belum tentu semua MUN punya juara satunya. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian terbaik di konsel tapi dikasihnya cuman juara 2 ya udah juara 2 aja gitu, nggak ada juara satunya. Jadi itu fun fact-nya about MUN. Nah, bedanya apa ya? Bedanya kalau MUN itu satu sih competition, kedua kalian lebih intensif mungkin ya diskusi tentang topik, diskusi tentang yang hal-hal berbau substance yang berat-berat itu lebih lebih intensif aja dibandingkan kalau misalnya studi banding terus kayak ya jalan-jalan, lihat-lihat, tanya-tanya gitu. Ini lebih fast paced gitu loh, kayak ya kita ngomongin ini, habis ngomongin ini. Jadi kayak udah ada agenda yang harus diberesin gitu loh, yang dikejar sama kita. Jadi itu kenapa MUN banyak tekanan waktu juga teman-teman, gimana kayak kita harus finish everything within a certain period of time kayak gitu. Terus dana yang dibutuhkan ketika mengikuti MUN itu mau dari universitas, pribadi atau sponsor. It is totally depending to your circumstance. Jadi kalau aku sebagai anak teknik yang agak melenceng, susah buat aku untuk cari sponsor dan cari appeal to university. Tapi kalau misalnya kalian nih udah punya channel, misalnya dosen atau siapalah yang kalian kenal yang support MUN or just like support international activities to begin with, itu kalian bisa appeal sih, bisa minta bantuin sponsor kayak gitu, mungkin nggak full tapi bisa setengah-setengah sama kalian gitu sih. Jadi yes, super depending lah, terserah kalian mau cari uang dari mana. Cuman aku sih selama ini dari aku sendiri, tapi dari klub MUN aku kan mereka cari uang juga ya teman-teman. Jadi biasanya mereka kasih subsidi juga gitu dengan aku yang ikut seleksi. Kalau misalnya aku top apa ya peserta teratas biasanya didanai kayak gitu karena chance untuk menangnya lebih besar. Kayak gitu sih teman-teman.
Oke, thanks Angel for very good answer.
Thank you.
Jadi tadi udah banyak banget dijawab beberapa pertanyaan yang disampaikan dari partisipan kita tadi oleh Angel. Jadi harapannya tadi beberapa pertanyaan yang sudah ditanyakan tadi bisa mewakili teman-teman yang mungkin malu bertanya ya masih mau bertanya. Gitu. Jadi nanti setelah Angel nanti akan ada sesi kedua bersama Adolf. Jadi sekarang Adolf sudah bersama dengan kita. Okay, maybe sebelum kita berpindah ke Adolf, we can have a picture together with Angel. So all participants, you can turn on camera. Okay. Okay, and also this is the certificate for Angel.
Thank you.
Because you yeah, be one of our speakers today. Thank you, Angel, for very outstanding presentation today. Okay, okay. Udah? Oke, udah di itu ya. Udah di foto. Oke. Thanks, Angel.
Thank you everyone. It's an honor. Thank you, Kamaria.
Yes. Okay. Now we move to the next topic, to the next session, to the next speaker. So right now already with us, Adolfo Alvarez from United States of America. Hello, Ado.
Hi, hi Mary, how are you doing? I hope you're doing super duper well.
Yes, I'm good. And how are you doing?
Great, actually, I'm doing great. Good night from the other side of the world. So excited to share this workshop with all of you.
Oke, teman-teman juga perlu diketahui bahwasanya di sini perbedaan time zone kita dengan si Ado kurang lebih 11 jam. Jadi kalau sekarang ada jam 9.43 waktu Indonesia, di sana itu jam 8.43 waktu Meksiko kalau nggak salah ya. So Ado will present his presentation here in English. So whenever he already said in every slide, I will translate into bahasa. And then before it, I would like to read his CV first because you need to know who is he actually. Okay, wait. Okay, so this is the curriculum vitae from Adolfo Alvarez for his education background. He's a student of Universidad Español Campus de Monte in Mexico. So he has started his journey as the chair and also the secretary member and first chair for the WHO and Security Council 2019 to 2020, Universidad Español Mon 527, 2019 to 2022. And then he is also the chair for UNHRC in Factia Online Model United Nations 2020, and also the chair for ECOSOC in Futuristic Online Model United Nations Qatar 2020, and also the chair for Press Corps Virtual Model United Nations Peru 3.0 2020, and also the chair for UNESCO and WHO International Global Network 2020, and also Secretary General Universidad Español Mon 7 2021, and also the chair for WHO Geneva International Model United Nations 2021. So let's welcome our second speaker, Adolfo Alvarez. It is time for you to deliver your speech.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing super duper well. Greetings from the other side of the world. I'm so excited to share this workshop alongside all of you. Thank you so much, by the way, for putting some of my experiences in Model UN. I am from the United States of America. I'm from a small county in South Texas. However, I'm currently living in Acapulco, Mexico. So thank you so much for sharing screen. And I think we can move on to the next slide so I can tell you a little bit about me. Well, so today we're going to be having this agenda for my workshop. First of all, I will tell you a little bit about myself. Yeah, next, please. Next, please. Thank you. Oh, no, yeah, no, can you please come back through slides, please? Yeah, the previous one, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna be having, first of all, I will introduce myself in a bit, and I'll tell you more about my educational background, and then I'll tell you about how to get awards in MUN, tips and tricks to speaking confidently when representing a country, upgrading your negotiation skills and building trust from delegates with genuine and impressive tricks, and then unforgettable moments in MUN. I will also accept question and answers, so I'm so thrilled to share this workshop alongside all of you. So next, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Okay, so basically I was born in the United States of America, and I lived in Texas for a couple years throughout my childhood. Then we came to my mom's country to live here in Mexico, and I'm planning to come back to the United States to study college over there. I was raised in a bilingual home, so we basically used to, for example, speak English at noon, and then at evening we spoke maybe Spanish, and then during dinner we spoke English, and yeah, when we did our homework Spanish maybe. So it was a very great way to be raised under both languages because I'm bilingual in both English and Spanish. And I'm so thrilled to, once again, I'm so thrilled to be a part of this webinar. Can you please come to the next slide? Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm currently studying high school in Universidad Español in Acapulco, Mexico. This school has been so supportive to me, especially in giving me flexibility to be an MUNer and to be a part of Modern United Nations. I'm like so grateful with them because this is such a great school to see the high school over here. And you know, it's actually super great because I discovered MUN in this school just before like joining international conferences. So if you see three phases, they are the three most superior people for me. The first phase is a woman who is like my coordinator at school. She's my constant advisor and a supporter. Then I have my mom. She has been always supporting me. She's my accomplice in everything and is always there for me. And you can see my third phase. She's my teacher and my closest professor, and we share a lot of time together, especially organizing my school's MUN. And I'll tell you a little bit more. I tell you more in a little bit about it. So next, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so basically we have my life journey first. I am an MUN enthusiast since 2016. I joined my first MUN when I was 11 years old. I was so young, and then I managed to join international conferences, including conferences in the United States, in Mexico, and I've also been working with my school to organize a conference for my classmates because I want all of them to experience the same I have experienced throughout this journey. So yeah, if you see, I'm also an award public speaker. I have managed to win regional and national public speaking contests here in Mexico, in the US. And yeah, this is a phase when I was 11 years old when I joined my first public speaking contest, and I managed to get an award. So yeah, I started this journey when I was so young. I was pretty young, and then I started to develop my skills. So everything is a process, and my life experience can prove that if you keep trying, you will have success, and you will go through a very great journey. So can you please go to the next slide?
Okay, Adolf, sorry for interrupting. Yeah. I would like to translate what you're saying in bahasa.
Sure.
Oke, tadi Ado udah menyampaikan tentang siapa beliau. Jadi beliau merupakan warga negara United States of America, tapi saat ini beliau tinggal di Meksiko, kemudian bersekolah di Universidad Español, dan si Adolf ini sudah memulai perjalanan MUN itu sejak tahun 2016. Waktu itu usianya masih 11 tahun. Nah, jadi juga di slide sebelumnya Adolf sudah menyampaikan ada 3 foto wanita tadi yang menginspirasi beliau, dan pertama ada profesornya, para mentornya, dan juga ibunya. Kemudian di slide selanjutnya di My Life Journey, di sini adalah perjalanan Adolf di perjalanan selama mengikuti Medal United Nations. Jadi disebutkan bahwasanya dia sudah aktif mengikuti MUN itu sejak tahun 2016 di usia 11 tahun. Nah, waktu itu di 7th grade, kemudian juga dia dianugerahkan beberapa penghargaan World Public Speaker. Di sini ada fotonya ya, masih muda sekali, masih kecil, since 7th grade. Jadi dia sudah aktif partisipasi di public speaking competition. Jadi ini juga mungkin yang menjadi alasan, salah satu alasan kenapa Adolf ini punya kemampuan speaking yang bagus atau speech yang bagus, karena tadi di saat yang bersamaan Adolf juga selain ikut MUN juga dia ikut public speaking. Nah ini kan ada korelasi karena di MUN nanti para peserta atau delegasi ketika berlomba mereka akan menyampaikan sesuatu itu. Nah kemampuan skill speech itu sangat diperlukan. Jadi itu akan menarik istilahnya para delegate lain untuk mendengarkan delegate yang benar-benar bisa menyampaikan perspektif atau stand country-nya itu dengan baik gitu. Oke, Adol, you can continue.
Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on, can you please go to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so my journey in Model United Nations. Okay, if someone says that at high school you can manage to get awards or to get such great opportunities, I have to say that people sometimes are wrong. Okay, something that I really want to say before I start with this workshop is that my background has proved me that people will tell you that you're out of the line. People will tell you that you are out of your journey, that you're dreaming a lot, that you're wanting a lot, and you will not be able to accomplish everything. But if you believe in yourself, you will have success. Trust me, because managing to be chair at the most prestigious conference in Southeast Asia, I can say that being featured in that conference is such a great opportunity that is barely given to high school students, because I have worked for that. It's something that I have prayed for, that I have worked for, and that I have put all my efforts in, especially because I love to join Asian MUNs. I have a lot of friends from Indonesia, especially during the last year. In this online life, I have been joining a lot of conferences, even though they are from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. It's such a challenge for me, to be awake all the time, because I have conferences very usually, and it's kind of hard to be awake all the time. But I can say that it has paid off, because the benefits that I have gotten are so much more than the things that I have, sacrificed for this. But the most important thing is that if you don't put all your efforts, you are not giving your 100%, and therefore you will not have the success that you want. You have to work towards the things that you want to accomplish. So do you want to make the translation, Maria?
Oke. Tadi Ado menyampaikan bahwasanya ini kadang kita kan sering mendengar nih orang lain kurang percaya bahwasanya kita mampu nih untuk melakukan lebih dari apa yang mereka pikirkan. Jadi Ado menyampaikan bahwasanya teman-teman di sini harus percaya dengan kemampuan yang teman-teman miliki, hiraukan perkataan orang lain. Nah juga dia menyampaikan salah satu keuntungan ketika beliau mengikuti MUN tadi, punya teman-teman dari berbagai negara. Nah teman-temannya juga banyak nih dari Indonesia gitu kan. Nah ini nih sangat kalau diartikan akan membantu koneksi kita deh, maksudnya memperluas koneksi kita sehingga kemanapun kita pergi, kita selalu punya banyak teman yang bisa diandalkan. Kemudian juga ketika kita memutuskan untuk mengikuti MUN, si Adolf ini kan zona waktunya beda ya. Misalkan kebanyakan penyelenggara MUN itu yang dari Indonesia, tentu zona waktu yang digunakan adalah kayak zona waktu Indonesia, misalkan pagi kayak kita ngelaksanakan webinar ini jam 8 misalkan mulainya, tapi di sana itu jam 7 malam gitu kan. Nah itu tuh membutuhkan satu pengorbanan yang besar. Kita mengorbankan waktu kita, tenaga kita gitu. Jadi ketika kita ingin mendapatkan sesuatu gitu kan, yang kita inginkan, satu yang kita cita-citakan, ya kita memang harus rela mengorbankan waktu, tenaga, pikiran gitu kan. Jadi itulah tadi dengan pengorbanan tadi kita tuh akan mencapai apa yang kita tuju di awal, apa yang kita inginkan dari awal. Jadi oke, bisa langsung dilanjut. Adolf, you can continue to speak.
Thank you so much. So I'll be dropping my Instagram throughout like the presentation because I had no idea about what to put in this free spaces. So yeah, because the content is in the next slide. So first, I'm gonna be giving tips and tricks to speak confidently when you are representing the country. So can we please go to the next slide? Okay, so representing a country in model UN is quite difficult, especially because there are a lot of things to consider when you're joining an MUN. But the most important point is just be prepared to speak. I recommend you to write your speeches before the conference begins. I think, yeah, 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days before would be great. So you can have time to practice your speeches and master the public speaking area. So I recommend you to be prepared and to basically, yeah, anticipate your participation, like, because sometimes it's very great to like improvise, but in other times it's very important to take into account that the most important point is to be prepared so you will sound like informed and your speeches will be well structured. So Maria, do you want me like to make 3 slides and then you make the translation?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you so much. Make a deep research. Okay, so you have no idea the importance of this point. Make a deep research is one of the most important points, especially because you have to think out of the box. So basically my recommendation is that you research in different languages. Like for example, if you're representing the United States, it's gonna be very easy because you can research in English. So yeah, like the conference may be in English. But for example, if you're representing maybe Peru, and Peru people speak Spanish, like you can research in Spanish too, and you can use a translator or something. So like if you use the translation thing, it's gonna be so much easier for you to find more information, because sometimes information in English is not really available to the world. For example, information for Indonesia, sometimes all the information, like the crucial information, is only available in Bahasa. And if you search only in English, you will not be able to find it out. So yeah, the most important point is to make a deep research on the UN official side, on the government side, the embassies, official journals, such as, for example, if you're talking about Indonesia, the Jakarta Post. We also have different posts, such as the Washington Post, the New York Post, El País in Latin America, the Paris Times, the Pyongyang Times, and more like research sources that will serve as yeah, as resources to make a deep research, a research that will pay off. So can we please move on to the next slide? Thank you so much. Speak like a citizen of the country. Okay, this is a very important point, especially because you have to understand the problem from the perspective of the people. I will give you an example. If you're talking about discrimination, racial discrimination, and you represent the United States, you have to understand the topic from the perspective of Americans and what situation in America. So people are suffering discrimination just because of their nationality, origin, skin color, etc. Standardized discrimination that used to come from the President Trump, for example. So basically the main point of this is that you have to speak in behalf of the people of the country. So I really recommend you to see the problem from the perspective of the people, of the citizens. Like if you're discussing, for example, the a refugees topic, and you're the United States, for example, like the government doesn't really want to cooperate in this topic, and some people and most people don't want to cooperate towards this. Like most people don't really want to like have refugees in the country, to hold refugees. So you have to see this from the perspective of the country, not from your perspective. Like you have to feel like an American. If you're representing Russia, feel like a Russian. If you're representing Indonesia, feel like an Indonesian. If you're representing China, feel like a Chinese, because the most important point is that you speak in behalf of the country as a citizen would do so. So Maria, do you want to make the translation so far?
Okay, I will. Jadi tadi Ado sudah menyampaikan tips dan trik ketika kita mengikuti MUN ya. Yang pertama adalah be prepared to be prepared. Jadi teman-teman harus mempersiapkan segala sesuatunya. Nah, ketika kita ikut MUN kan banyak faktor yang harus dipersiapkan. Mulai dari kemampuan bahasa Inggris kita, misalkan kita meningkatkan kemampuan komunikasi kita dalam bahasa asing atau bahasa Inggrisnya tadi. Karena kalau MUN itu kan bahasa yang resmi yang digunakan adalah bahasa Inggris. Berarti persiapan to speak-nya itu memang harus diperhatikan. Banyak berlatih karena itu akan sangat membantu teman-teman untuk merepresentasikan negara yang teman-teman wakili nanti, misalkan teman-teman mewakili negara United States of America. Nah, jadi teman-teman benar-benar bisa nanti tampil optimal karena sudah punya persiapan yang bagus gitu kan. Kemudian juga selain praktis gitu kan, antisipasi apa sih nanti kendala-kendala atau yang akan ditemui ketika teman-teman ikut MUN nanti, misalkan meskipun ini risetnya itu kan teman-teman mewakili negara US misalkan, tapi teman-teman juga harus tahu nih apa yang dilakukan oleh negara lain, kebijakan negara lain, supaya nanti bisa komparatif kan. Kemudian juga selain be prepared to speak, teman-teman juga harus make a deep research. Nah, make a deep research ini di mana? Nah, nanti kan ketika MUN ada salah satu syarat yang sebenarnya bahwasanya setiap delegasi itu harus mengirimkan position paper yang menunjukkan stance negaranya. Negara kita memandang isu yang dibahas ini seperti apa? Apakah pro atau kontra? Atau abu-abu sih negara kita gitu kan. Nah, risetnya tadi didapatkan dari mana? Nah, kita bisa risetnya tadi melalui misalkan aset dari government, dari kedutaan, ya dari pemerintah, kemudian juga dari kabar-kabar yang ada di berbagai belahan dunia. Misalkan kita mewakili negara United States of America nih. Nah, kita lihat nih kebijakan Amerika, atau kita jangan memandang memang kita orang Indonesia, tapi ketika kita diberikan kepercayaan untuk merepresentasikan negara Amerika, otomatis kita harus berpikir layaknya orang Amerika. Karena di sana yang kita tuju, yang kita inginkan adalah kepentingan nasional negara kita gitu kan. Jadi gimana negara Amerika itu memandang isu tersebut, misalkan isu refugees. Misalkan Amerika itu negara yang mungkin tidak mau kooperatif nih terhadap isu refugees, istilahnya kurang mau membantu lah, karena mungkin dengan alasan-alasan sebelumnya terlalu banyak refugees yang udah mereka tampung, dan mungkin ini akan membahayakan masyarakat lokal yang ada di sekitar. Mungkin mereka takut penghasilan mereka terganggu kalau misalkan nampung para refugees dan sebagainya gitu kan. Nah, kemudian juga teman-teman di sini harus speak like a citizen of the country ya. Jadi ketika teman-teman di MUN nanti kan ketika kita mendaftar misalkan, terus panitia penyelenggara itu akan memberikan teman-teman negara United States of America gitu kan. Nah, berarti teman-teman di sini kan pandangannya adalah sebagai orang Amerika gitu. Jadi meskipun dalam hati teman-teman itu misalkan kita terhadap isu ini itu enggak sesuai, tapi kalau misalkan menurut orang Amerika atau kepentingan nasional Amerika itu seperti itu, ya kita harus mengikuti gitu kan. Oke, jadi teman-teman juga bisa melihat problem from the country. Jadi permasalahan-permasalahan yang ada di negara tersebut. Maksudnya dalam isu ini tadi, bagaimana sih negara yang bersangkutan memandang isu kebijakan apa saja yang sudah dibuat gitu. Oke, Ado, you can continue to speak.
Thank you so much, Maria. So can we move on to the next? Okay, thank you. Introduce solutions to your speeches. So basically, when you are giving an opening speech, please don't make a mistake that a lot of people usually do. Sometimes people only focus their speeches on giving like their stance, but the most important point is to focus your speeches on everything. You can start by introducing a quote maybe, and then you can perhaps talk about the international situation, and then you can introduce some solutions from your position paper. So all the delegates can have a sense of, and also the chairs of your solutions and what you think will be great to do towards the problem. So yeah, I really and highly recommend that you introduce solutions to your speeches, because it's very important, especially to make your speeches more comprehensive and make them address more topics and to address like the whole problem, because also some delegates want to hear what do you suggest towards the problem, and this will really help in see how much you have researched, how informed you are, and if you're really prepared like for the conference and to represent the country that you that the committee has assigned you. So yeah, can we please move on to the next slide? Posture and movement. even in online conference. Okay, so basically I recommend this all the time. It doesn't matter if it's online or offline conference. So basically, in posture, I always recommend that you are like seated and that you're in a very great posture, and also like your movements. Please use your hands, use your corporal language, because the most important point is to sound natural. Like, please, as a chair, I don't want to have robots in my council. I want to have delegates that are representing a country and are working over there towards a problem that they're discussing. So yeah, please sound natural. People won't got you because your chairs will understand that you are a first timer maybe, or that perhaps you're afraid to speak. So the most important point is to lose lose like the skill that you have like to speak and to sound like natural. I also recommend to use formal attire all the time. For example, now I'm wearing like a casual formal outfit, but it's very important to look like a diplomatic person, even it's online or offline, because it will give such a diplomatic style to your speech. So yeah, it's very important too. And also please turn on your cameras all the time, because it's pretty much better if we can see each other. So yeah, it basically improves like the quality of your speech and direction of delegates. It's always great to see that, because we have to feel like an offline conference. We have to make like online MUNs as normal as we can. So yeah, can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you so much. Narrow the audience now. So, okay, this is a very important point, because by far the most intimidating part of speaking in front of crowd, no matter what side of audience it is realizing that all attention on you when you speak. So basically, yeah, you have to catch all the attention that you can. An audience's eye can unnerve even the most experienced speakers, but controlling what you see can often diffuse an anxiety that might normally induce. So I think a very common strategy among most public speakers is to find someone you are comfortable making eye contact with. And although occasionally looking to others, the group as a whole, make that person like your safe spot. So even if it's online or offline conference, if you have a friend over there, look at him or at her, because it will give you such a more sense of comfortability. I also recommend that like you have to make the audience feel that you're talking to them, your fellow delegates. I think that it's so much better if you can give any speech in a fast way, but also you address all the problems. So you have to be like fast. You have to address the problem directly. Please don't go around and around and around, because you will bore the delegates, you will bore the chairs. And something that I really want to add is posture and movement is very important, because away it is offline or offline, the most important point is that you play with your hair, you play with your hands, that make the audience feel that you are sounding natural, that you are giving them a talk, more than a standardized speech. You're giving them a talk, and you're basically sharing the ideas of the country, the solutions, etc. So I really recommend that you sound very natural, and you will narrow the audience now, I promise. Point is that you play with your hair, you play with your Okay, Maria, do you want to translate this, or should I continue? And at the end of this section, you can make the translation. You are muted, Maria.
You can continue. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. So next, please. Find the words. Okay, so this is a very important point. Finally, one of the most difficult aspects of MUN speaking is the improvised nature, which many speeches are giving, like it's very difficult to make everything happen in 1 minute. So the topic of discussion in any committee is broad and often contains subtopics which you aren't always going to be prepared for. Like, for example, if we're discussing COVID-19 and 10 delegate says, okay, so we're going to be discussing is the virus was created by China. You're going to be shocked because you didn't get prepared for it. But the most important point is that you find the words. Knowing what to say in these sentences, instances where your research isn't as strong for your confidence is weaker, is vital for a delegate success. And although simple practicing, your improvising might be less effective means to accomplish this. So there are short-term, in the moment ways of countering this issue. I think it would also be great that you use key phrases or idea used by other delegates, like you can borrow them from other speeches, calling from the committee to write all of those ideas together. Like you can call for cooperation by borrowing some words from other delegates, and you will start sounding like a cooperative person. And simply agreeing or disagreeing with the previous speaker can also bring your attention from others. So simply reacting speeches such as this can often allow you to find the right words when you otherwise don't have them. So I really recommend you these points, like find the words. If you don't have the words, you can discuss like the previous speech. For example, I will give a short speech. Just an example. For example, the delegation of the United States truly agrees with the delegation of Canada in addressing the COVID-19 as a very important topic and strengthening international cooperation to develop more vaccines. So the vaccines rollout can be faster and we can speed up the process of common immunity. So yeah, if you say that you are agreeing or disagreeing with a country, it will make the audience focus on you and also the chairs. So the most important point is, like that. Find the words. If you don't have the words, you can borrow some parts from other speeches and it will also be great. Can we please move on to the next slide? Practice, 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 practice. Okay, so if you practice, you will master this area, but you have to be ready and you have to practice all the time. I recommend that you practice in front of a mirror so you can say your speech and you can see yourself saying that, and you can say, okay, no, I have to make another face. So I have to do another face. So I have to change this. I have to look more natural. Practice and practice and practice even more because this never ends. You always have something to improve. So I really recommend you to practice all the time your speech. Maybe not only your speech, like you can practice the topic, the position paper reading, and you can practice some improvising because we don't really know if you will need to improvise during the conference if the committee asks for a moderate caucus about a topic that you are not prepared for. So yeah, can we please go to the next slide? Okay, so I will bring a sample of a good speech, but first I want Maria to translate everything so far. So yeah, we can make this more smooth. Thank you, Maria.
Okay, thanks Adolf. I will translate. Jadi tadi yang sudah disampaikan oleh Adolf adalah yang pertama, introduce solution through your speech. Jadi ketika kita menjadi seorang delegasi di dalam model United Nations nanti, tentu kita akan menyampaikan solusi apa nih yang kita tawarkan. Negara kita ini nawarkan solusi apa sih terhadap permasalahan ini, misalkan pandemic situation ya kan, ini contoh aja kalau dari aku ya. Pandemic situation negara kita, misalkan Indonesia ini gimana nih menangani masalah ini. Nah, itu tuh bisa disampaikan dari speech kita. Makanya tadi dalam ketika speech tadi memang harus benar-benar sampai apa yang dimaksudkan oleh negara kita tadi, supaya delegate lain ngerti loh, oh ini loh stand negara kita terhadap situasi tersebut. Nah, agree atau disagree gitu kan. Kemudian juga yang nggak kalah penting untuk diperhatikan ketika kita ikut MUN itu adalah postur, gerak-gerik gaya tubuh kita gitu kan. Karena ketika kita menjadi seorang delegat, kita kan di sana seolah-olah kita menjadi seorang diplomat yang mewakili kepentingan satu negara. Nah, tentu bahasa tubuh yang kita gunakan itu adalah bahasa tubuh yang meyakinkan, membuat orang percaya, oh this is the best solution gitu. Solusi yang paling bagus nih yang bisa kita aplikasikan terhadap permasalahan-permasalahan yang saat ini kita bahas gitu kan. Nah, terutama ketika kita mengikuti model Indonesian di yang offline lah ya kan. Kalau di masa normal situation di sebelum pandemi, ketika kita itu berbicara ya kan, misalkan di masa model caucus yang formal gitu kan debatnya, itu tuh kita harus memandang ke delegate lain gitu loh. Kayak misalkan kita dari negara US gitu kan, terus kita pengen menyampaikan ini loh kita nih mengomentari kebijakan dari negara yang Kanada misalkan, oke kita pandang delegate dari Kanada gitu kan, ketika kita menyampaikan argumen kita, atau kita mengatakan bahwasanya kita setuju dengan apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh delegate Kanada, terus kita sampaikan terima kasih delegate Kanada bla 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 dengan bahasa yang sangat diplomasi gitu kan. Jadi orang lain kan merasa kayak kita tuh benar-benar bisa menampung aspirasi atau menampung pendapat-pendapat teman-teman lain atau delegasi lain yang ada dalam sidang tersebut gitu. Kemudian sebisa mungkin untuk lebih santai tapi tetap benar-benar bisa meyakinkan delegate lain bahwa apa yang solusi yang kita tawarkan tadi adalah solusi terbaik yang bisa diadaptasi untuk mengatasi permasalahan tersebut gitu. Kemudian juga yang harus diperhatikan ketika kita menjadi seorang delegate adalah membuat orang lain itu benar-benar memperhatikan kita ketika kita menyampaikan speech kita nantinya. Karena kadang ya banyak sekali ketika para delegate, 1-2 delegate lain misalkan yang mungkin mereka cara penyampaiannya ketika dalam sidang tersebut kurang menarik ya kan, masih kayak lemah gitu, kurang semangat. Nah, siapa sih yang mau mendengarkan argumentasi atau pendapat perspektif solusi dari orang-orang yang sebenarnya kurang semangat untuk menyampaikan? Nah, gimana nih mau menyelesaikan permasalahan yang besar banget kalau misalkan delegate-nya aja nggak semangat untuk menyampaikan solusi dari apa yang dibahas tersebut gitu. Jadi pay attention, membuat audiens lain untuk memperhatikan kita sehingga mereka benar-benar wow gitu, saya kayak ini nih bagus banget nih cara penyampaiannya, idenya bagus, kemudian juga mudah dipahami oleh delegate lain gitu kan. Jadi jangan sampai ketika kita menjadi delegate juga pilihan kata yang kita gunakan tersebut membuat orang lain kebingungan. Oke lah, memang teman-teman di setiap MUN itu pasti kan punya kemampuan bahasa Inggris yang beda-beda gitu kan. Ada yang level basic, intermediate, sama advance gitu. Nah, mungkin ada pilihan kata yang lebih simpel yang kita gunakan, nah tapi itu bisa ngena sehingga membuat orang lain itu memahami apa yang kita maksudkan. Daripada kosakata yang kita gunakan itu terlalu sulit sehingga delegate lain itu tidak memahami maksud dari delegasi United States of America tadi misalkan, nah itu tuh nggak berarti apa-apa gitu. Jadi the way how we speak itu juga mempengaruhi orang lain untuk attention ke kita gitu. Kemudian ada juga menyampaikan bahwasannya pilihlah kata-kata yang benar-benar diplomatis sekali gitu. Jadi kayak misalkan kita tuh setuju atau tidak setuju terhadap satu isu begitu kan. Nah, kita harus menyampaikan dengan bahasa yang benar-benar diplomatis, tidak berusaha untuk menjelekkan argumentasi dari delegasi lain. Nah, karena perbedaan dari MUN dan juga kompetisi lain seperti halnya debat, kalau di debat kan kita berusaha untuk bilang, oh ya ini kamu salah gitu kan, kamu kurang inilah, pokoknya nggak sesuai dengan topik kita kali ini. Nah, tapi kalau di model United Nation, kita berusaha untuk gimana mengcombine ide-ide dari semua delegate. Nah, sehingga seolah-olah negara kita atau kita itu orang yang kooperatif gitu loh. Delegate yang bisa membawa kepentingan bersama, bukan hanya menyalahkan pendapat orang lain dari delegate lain, dari country lain, karena setiap negara pasti punya kepentingan nasional untuk disampaikan dalam sidang simulasi PBB tersebut. Gitu. Oke, selanjutnya juga tadi Adul menyampaikan bahwa saya practice. Jadi praktik itu sangat penting. Ya, seberapa banyak teman-teman mengikuti MUN, kalau misalkan nggak mau praktis, tidak sebelum hari hanya tidak mencoba untuk banyak latihan, ya sama aja gitu, hasilnya nggak akan ada improvement gitu. Jadi setiap ingin mengikuti berbagai kompetisi di model United Nation, dimanapun itu, baik online ataupun offline, teman-teman harus mempersiapkan diri sebaik mungkin, optimal, pokoknya tampilkan yang terbaik gitu. Karena semakin kita banyak praktek, maka kemampuan atau performance kita itu akan lebih baik begitu. Oke, Adul, you can continue.
Thank you so much, Maria. So moving on, I'm gonna give a sample of a good speech My chair congratulated me on giving this speech last year when we started on MUN. We discussed COVID-19, the economic impact of COVID-19. The council was International Monetary Fund, which is one of the most difficult councils in the circuit. So I'm gonna give a short opening speech sample representing the United Arab Emirates. So yeah, thank you. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, said, "We will see them on, pray for victory, and do all we can to show our support, because we're in this together. The whole world is playing for one side. This is our home ground. This is our World Cup, and we will win." This COVID-19 world pandemic is triggering a remarkable crisis. Many aspects of our daily life will be affected, including health, social, and economic matters. For the United Arab Emirates, the urgent priority is to minimize the loss of life and health. But the pandemic has also emotioned a major economic crisis that will burden our society for years to come. The International Monetary Fund expects that 170 countries are going to finish this year with a smaller economy than at the start of the year, and that there will be more debt, bigger deficits, and more unemployment. So now is the moment to step up and use all the strength we have to turn the page. In the case of the IMF, they have a $1 trillion financial capacity and a tremendous engagement on the policy side. The United Arab Emirates reinforces its open stance towards a negotiation that benefits everyone, forgetting the rivalry between countries, since the best way to move forward will be to move together. The best time to counter the economic impacts of the pandemic is now. This conference is the opportunity to present measures that will see that no one is left behind. The best memorial we can build to those who have lost their lives in this pandemic is to build a better world that is prepared to face future crises with more united countries that fight for the common welfare. Thanks, dear chairs and fellow delegates. So this is a sample, a short speech that I gave in a conference. So I hope that you can have a sense of how the speech has to be, basically you have to do your country, there's 10 solutions and close. That's it. And in less than 90 seconds, I know that is a challenge. But the most important point is that you have developed those skills. So it will help so much. So can you please move to the next slide? I think, Mario, we can skip the translation of this because it was in speech. So yeah, thank you. So how to get awards in MUN? This is the second section. So yeah, let's move on. Next, please. Be self-aware. Thank you so much. So be self-aware. Okay, so the first rule for every effective delegate is to be yourself. Don't try to be a character that you are not. Model UN is where many people match up against each other at multiple levels, and the only way to stand out is as the best version of you. Be the best version of yourself. Many delegates feel that a good model UNer is someone who can give a Hollywood president's or presentation, which is just perfect. But the point is that not. As a chair, as a delegate, as a speaker, as a member of the organizing committee, I can say that the best delegate is not the delegate that has the best skills. It's the delegate that tries his best. So just be yourself. Don't be afraid to raise up your voices towards the problem, just being yourself. You just have to speak for yourself, because the most important point is that you are there to drive impact and change by yourself. So for example, all aspects in Model UN will improve with time. Everything is a process, but we need to differentiate between copying a method. For example, a strategic pause during a speech and a personality. Like you can try to sound like Barack Obama because you're trying to copy his personality, Like the most important point is that you have to be yourself, improving your skills, but you have to keep your personality and your participation, because whether speaking or having like a non-moderate caucus, we will give the best presentations and be the best model UN negotiators that we can. So that will happen most effectively when we are aware of what we can do and what we can do. So the most important point is that be self-aware, congratulate yourself for putting all your efforts towards the conference, and just, do what you can with all you have, but please don't try to change yourself, because that's the point how you're gonna get the best delegate award, trust me. So yeah, next slide, please. do enough areas in that are not your strengths. Okay, so basically, I think that's a very great topic that we have to address. So sometimes we fail. For example, a good chair evaluates the performance of the delegate. For example, from the agenda setting, your speeches, their content, and how they shape what is being taken about. In short, how much you are emphasizing what is being discussed in the room and where is it going. For example, they will also evaluate your work during the moderate caucuses, the content you build into a blog, maintenance of the blog, effective work with others, and your influence on the team. And in the resolution writing, they'll evaluate how much writing you actively do. This also connects to have a clause that you get credit for. So if you only write it and don't flag into your speeches, it is not enough. Like if you write a clause, if you basically participate in the draft resolution, and you don't say that in your speeches, the chairs will not take that into account because you have to have a balance with everything. So you don't need to lead in all of this, but make sure to do at least the minimum in the categories which are not your strengths, so the chairs have no good excuse to roll you out. So, you have to put your effort, you have to challenge yourself. If you are not good at public speaking, try it. Just try it. You have the opportunity to try to give a good speech. But the most important point is that if you don't try it, you won't know if you are good or not. So the most important point is that, like, basically try to do a little bit in everything. Try to make a change in every single part, and the chairs will notice that you are there. That's the most important point. So you can make a balance, and at the end, the chair will pay attention and performing your role. So yeah, if, for example, if your chairs leave to get coffee during the moderate caucuses, or they are at their phone or not taking notes when the general speakers list is taking place, they will know that you are there because they will know your personality from the very beginning. They will know that you are trying to challenge yourself. And for me, that's the best delegate. The delegate who tries his best. So the guys, don't be afraid to try everything. So I think this element, this shape, really expresses what I'm trying to mean. Like, if you can, just try it, because the only word that you lose is the one in the is the one that you didn't fight in. So yeah, that's the point. Can we move on to the next, please, and then translation after the next? Bring value. Okay, the most important point of being also a good delegate is bring value to the conference. Okay, sometimes the committee, is not having good solutions. The committee is being lazy, maybe. So I'm sorry. I recommend you to bring value to the committee. I think you're wondering, bring value? So what is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I think you're wondering, so what's giving value? There are no shortcuts when it comes to Model UN. An empty speech presented confidently by yourself or delegate will not get you far. So the rule is that everything you say should move the debate forward. That's the rule. Like, everything you say should generate some debate. This means, for example, you can bring facts to help the delegates define the world during the early stages. For example, you can bring historic parts of your speeches. And this is not to say that your examples you bring can be about your country, or that you can strategically plan information. Each speech shall also forward your personal ambitions and thoughts of your blog. But the most important point is that you move the debate forward. If the chairs see that you are trying to move the debate and to motivate everyone to speak, and that you're trying to generate discussions, they will notice you. So yeah, that's the point. Like, bring value to the committee. Try to improve some points that are currently dead in the committee, and yeah, you will have success. Trust me. So Maria, do you want to make a translation so far?
Yes. Okay. Jadi tadi Ado menyampaikan ada beberapa cara yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mendapatkan award, ya kan, di MUN, karena di MUN nanti akan ada beberapa award. Salah satunya ada best delegate, ada most outstanding delegate, verbal commendation, best position paper, dan sebagainya gitu. Nah, yang pertama adalah bisa warna. Teman-teman nanti harus sadar bahwasanya teman-teman bisa loh melakukan apa yang bisa teman-teman lakukan. Jadi percaya diri aja, nanti ketika teman-teman terpilih untuk mewakili suatu negara begitu kan. Nah, teman-teman punya kemampuan untuk tampil di depan umum itu sudah bagus. Nah, jadi semaksimal mungkin untuk bisa menyampaikan apa sih solusi yang ditawarkan oleh negara tersebut gitu kan. Nah, sesuai dengan kemampuan negara tersebut. Misalkan nih, kalau negara kita punya kemampuan di bidang A, misalkan kita mampu untuk membantu di bagian misalkan transportasinya atau apalah dalam masalah tersebut gitu kan. Nah, itu tuh bisa teman-teman pertimbangkan atau teman-teman sampaikan nantinya. Kemudian juga do enough in areas that are not your strength. Jadi ketika teman-teman nanti merepresentasikan negara dalam satu isu tertentu gitu kan yang dibahas dalam MUN nantinya. Nah, teman-teman tentu akan tampil ya sesuai dengan kapabilitas negara teman-teman, kemampuan teman-teman. Maksudnya adalah dengan background negara tersebut punya kelebihan apa nih, kekuatan apa nih. Nah, itu yang potensi tersebut nanti bisa teman-teman jadikan solusi komprehensif yang bisa ditawarkan nantinya ketika teman-teman menyampaikan speech. Kemudian juga jadi berusaha untuk balance, jadi coba try to make a change. Jadi teman-teman jangan takut untuk mencoba, meskipun nanti ketika teman-teman ditempatkan di suatu negara yang mungkin negaranya mungkin kan ada nih, kalau di PBB ada negara develop sama developing country. Tadi memang nggak disampaikan sama itu sih, cuman aku sampaikan aja gitu ya. Jadi pasti setiap negara develop atau developing country punya kapabilitas yang berbeda. Nah, teman-teman meskipun negara teman-teman itu adalah termasuk dalam developing countries atau negara berkembang, ketika teman-teman benar-benar bisa merepresentasikannya, meskipun dengan ala kadarnya kapabilitasnya negara tersebut, kalau secara faktanya begitu kan, tapi dengan bahasa yang persuasif, dengan cara negosiasi teman-teman yang mantap gitu kan, dengan speech yang mendukung, dengan gestur tubuh, dengan gestur tubuh yang membuat orang lain trust dengan apa yang teman-teman sampaikan, itu sangat akan membantu teman-teman nantinya untuk mendapatkan award, dan tentunya ini akan membuat chair atau co-chair yang menjadi pimpinan sidang nantinya memperhatikan. Meskipun teman-teman itu dilihat di awal adalah negara yang mungkin agak sulit gitu kan untuk memberikan istilahnya kayak solusi yang bisa membuat negaranya percaya gitu kan. Mungkin orang akan lebih melihat kalau misalkan United States of America bicara, itu tuh punya power yang lebih besar nih untuk dijadikan solusi. Nah, tapi ketika mungkin negara kecil lagi yang lebih berkembang, misalkan negara apa nih yang berkembang yang ada di dunia, menyampaikan gagasannya dari permasalahan-permasalahan yang dibahas dalam modal United Nations nantinya, itu kurang diperhatikan. Tapi selama teman-teman itu tampil dengan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Adel adalah dengan bahasa yang dengan pilihan bahasa atau diksi kata yang mendukung, kemudian juga cara penyampaiannya itu membuat orang lain tertarik untuk mendengarkan ya kan pilihan katanya, kemudian juga berusaha untuk menampilkan sesuai dengan kapabilitas negaranya, maksudnya adalah semaksimal mungkin gitu kan, meskipun hanya sebagai developing countries gitu kan. Kemudian juga tadi yang disampaikan oleh Adolf di bagian terakhirnya adalah bring value. Jadi teman-teman nanti ketika kita jadi delegasi dalam Model Indonesia, memang kita akan menyampaikan satu fakta atau apapun yang ada yang sebenarnya itu tuh benar-benar ada, atau informasi, basic information deh yang ada di satu negara yang kita representasikan tadi kan gitu. Kemudian kita juga akan menyampaikan beberapa informasi yang berkaitan dengan isu yang kita bahas nantinya. Namun cobalah untuk membuat diskusi itu benar-benar berjalan sesuai dengan yang diharapkan oleh chair. Jadi meskipun teman-teman berasal dari developing countries, tapi ketika teman-teman mencoba untuk membuat orang lain tuh pay attention, more attention to you, orang-orang pasti akan memperhitungkan meskipun teman-teman dari developing countries mewakili negara berkembang begitu. Jadi itu juga akan menjadi poin penilaian yang akan dipertimbangkan oleh para chair dan juga co-chair nantinya, dan tentunya ini akan membantu teman-teman untuk mendapatkan awards di Model United Nation gitu. Oke, Adolf, you can continue to speak.
Thank you so much, Maria. So can we please move on to the next slide? Thank you.
Adolf?
Yeah, thank you. Learn what the chair likes and dislikes. So, okay, well, there's more to bring home than just awards. That's something I really want to clarify. An award doesn't define your performance in the conference, but something that I really want to say is that you have to see what the chair likes and dislikes, because to be honest, every chair has different kind of evaluation types, and every chair likes things different, because because being chair is not something that is strict. As a chair, you decide how is the committee gonna be evaluated and etc. So I really recommend that you go through this. And how can you check? Well, can you hear me? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Well, I think, yeah, thank you. So seeing what the teacher like and dislikes is a very important point because as much as we, may pretend it can be quantified, Model UN is a human game. Your chairs will have their own pit views and views. So this can be helped because we are all human. So good chairs can overcome personal bias, will read the room objectively and make a fair call on awards. So a good chair will be fair during the deliberation, but the problem is when we get objectively bad chairs. So yeah, you don't know if your chair will not be good. So there can be whole slew of reasons for why bad chairs get to chair, but Model UN is a very large world. Like the circuit is very large with many conferences, and we can just report a bad chair. So because anyone can do Model UN conferences very in academic quality and accountability. Chairs can let personal feelings on a topic or high opinions of themselves and can get in the way of an objective evaluation of delegates' performance. That's not great because you have to set your opinion behind of the topic when you're chairing. But you have to see what's the perspective of your chair for the topic. So if your chair is like that, unfortunately, you will have to fulfill her or his expectations. So I really recommend you to, for example, if you are observing that the chair is having preferences for those who are in favor of the topic, don't change your mind because if the country is against, you will have to keep your stance. So, you may learn what the chair likes and dislikes, but your stance can be broken because the most important point of Model UN isn't the award, is driving action and impact being diplomatic. So for example, if you become a diplomat of Indonesia into the United Nations, and you see that the United States wants death penalty to be legal in all the world, and Indonesia may say, okay, let's make this illegal. You won't say, let's make it legal just because the US has that opinion, just because the Secretary General of the UN thinks something, the countries don't accept that. The most important point is that you should keep your diplomatic skills aside from what the church likes and dislikes, because good church can always be can always be guaranteed. So one way to learn about the church is to ask them. You can ask people at the conferences, for example, oh, do you know the church? Or have this guy church for you before? Or do you know him or something like that? If the mentor has never chaired or delegated before, it will be kind of difficult because sometimes there are conferences that have chairs without any previous experience, and that's not great. But I also recommend that you scan the study guide. Like when you receive the study guide, scan it, because sometimes the chair perspective can be found in the study guide. If the view of the issue seems significantly slant and there is no lack of information online, you found the chair's personal preference. If you see that, for example, if we are talking about racial discrimination and the chair and the study guide says that racial discrimination is not a problem, you can see that what's the perspective of the chair. Like if the study guide is written it's reading and it's not really related to a topic, you will be able to see what's the perspective of the chair. So unfortunately, we have to accept that, because you will not go to a secretary and say, my chair has a personal preference and I think we should revoke him, because that's not how it works. So I think another trick is that you let others go first. If you're unsure what the chair responds to, let others test the water. So let others test the water first. If you're confident that you can make up the difference of not having a killer start within the first hour, make your speeches good but not great. Watch how the chair responds to louder and more dynamic performances. See what arguments and styles they respond to. After you get an idea of what resonates with them, tailor your performance to that. So if you don't know what's the preference of your chair, I think you should let others go first. So you'll be able to see the chair's reaction. Like sometimes they are so expressive, so you'll be able to see their faces and etc. And it's gonna be like so much easier for you to get to know that. And also words from the masters. A beginner delegates worries about their own speech and listen to no one else. And an admin delegate listen to all speeches and then maintains accordingly. A master delegate looks at the room, sees the dynamic and personality times, sees what is missing, and becomes that. So I really recommend you that you step up the change. And yeah, that's the point. And your chair will see your performance aside from his or her likes and dislikes. So yeah, next slide, please. Give more detail. Okay, so giving more detail to the conference. What I mean with this, okay, let me be more specific. This further analysis of a policy given by another delegate is to repeat their main point and then add to it later that you showed how previously would work as well, Joe. So I basically recommend that you give more detail to your speeches, that you give more detail to your clauses. Like if you want to say something, be more specific. For example, you can say, the delegation of the United States of America recommends that the COVID-19 vaccination shall be addressed by improving the international cooperation. That's the basic thing. Or you can improve it by saying, the United States of America believes that international cooperation should be improved, especially to address the issue in Latin America and Africa countries, regions that are suffering by this problem, and developed countries such as Russia, China, France, United Kingdom, the US, Canada, and etc. should help them by distributing more COVID-19 vaccines through the COVAX mechanism raised by the World Health Organization. The United States of America is open towards a negotiation towards this problem because our priority must be addressing the problem in the most difficult countries. That's the point. What I did, I was more specific, and it will help you a lot if you are more specific on the topic. So that's something I really recommend too. Next, please. Okay, so Maria, do you wanna take over for a little bit?
Okay, yes. I will translate first. Jadi tadi Adel menyampaikan bahwasannya kita juga harus memperhatikan apa yang disukai atau tidak disukai oleh chair atau co-chair kita di simulasi PBB nantinya. Nah, jadi teman-teman bisa melihat perspektif chair itu apa sih yang diekspektasikan oleh chair itu ketika nanti komite itu akan menyampaikan atau nge-share study guide. Nah, di study guide nantinya itu akan ada bahasan lebih dalam mengenai topik yang akan dibahas, misalkan tentang refugees issue yang ada di di Afrika misalkan. Nah, di sana nanti nanti di study guide akan dijelaskan secara komprehensif gimana sih United Nations kalau yang berkaitan dengan refugees itu mungkin UNHCR gitu kan. Nah, itu tuh gimana sih usaha yang sudah dilakukan UNHCR atau misalkan PBB terhadap satu isu yang dibahas ini. Kemudian apa sih past action-nya, itu nanti akan disampaikan di study guide yang dibuat oleh chair-nya tadi. Nah, itulah ekspektasi yang diharapkan sebenarnya oleh chair atau co-chair-nya nanti. Juga di study guide itu biasanya kan nanti akan ada karma question and resolution must answer. Jadi itu tuh ada pertanyaan yang seharusnya bisa membantu teman-teman untuk memulai satu penelitian yang berkaitan dengan topik tersebut. Jadi itu di sana itu adalah guiding question yang bisa membantu teman-teman untuk tahu sebenarnya chair ini maunya kita ngebahas apa sih nanti di sidang simulasi PBB nantinya di MUN itu kita akan ngebahas apa. Memang topiknya tentang refugees di Afrika misalkan. Nah, tapi apa aja nih yang harus kita mulai, apa aja nih yang harus kita fokuskan gitu kan. Apakah mulai dari kebijakannya, framework-nya sebelumnya gimana gitu kan, pas action-nya gimana, kemudian juga saat ini kebijakan seperti apa, efektif apa tidak, kemudian apakah di setiap regional atau misalkan di negara di dunia kan ini ada banyak kerjasama internasional atau regional ya kan, kerjasama misalkan kalau di regional Afrika itu seperti apa pas action-nya gitu, itu bisa dilihat. Jadi usahakan teman-teman nanti berusaha untuk memenuhi ekspektasi yang diharapkan oleh chair sama co-chair dengan memperhatikan sedetail mungkin study guide yang akan disampaikan nanti di sidang simulasi PBB. Kemudian juga teman-teman misalkan kita kan ngebahas satu isu. Nah, setiap negara tentunya kadang ada yang pro, ada yang kontra. Nah, teman-teman ketika misalkan dalam posisi awalnya ada dalam fact adalah negara tersebut itu sebenarnya kontra dengan isu tersebut. Misalkan tadi yang dibilang oleh Ado, misalkan Amerika agak kontra nih dengan isu refugees, misalkan nggak maulah mengakomodasi refugees lagi atau menampung refugees lebih banyak atau menurunkan kuota refugees ke negara mereka begitu kan. Nah, it means negara Amerika tuh sebenarnya kurang nggak setuju nih dengan isu tersebut gitu kan. Jadi memang harus kita pertahankan gitu secara negara kita. Tapi caranya adalah tetap dengan sediplomatis mungkin. Nah, alasan kenapa sih negara kita itu misalkan sistemnya itu seperti ini. Nah, tentu akan ada latar belakangnya, ada background-nya, ada the reason why we do this gitu kan. Kemudian juga ketika teman-teman tampil nanti di sidang simulasi PBB juga harus keep your diplomatic skill. Jadi memang sediplomatis mungkin. Jadi bedanya kembali lagi saya tegaskan bahwasanya perbedaan antara MUN dan juga debat adalah kalau di debat teman-teman berusaha benar-benar langsung mengatakan oh ya argumen lain argumen delegasi lain atau argumen lawan kita itu kurang bagus gitu kan, tidak menarik, tidak sesuai, tidak bisa memenuhi ekspektasi dari permasalahan yang ada gitu kan. Nah, tapi kalau di MUN adalah kita mencoba untuk mengkombinasikan pandangan-pandangan atau perspektif yang juga datang dari delegasi lain. Itulah yang harus diperhatikan gitu. Kemudian juga nanti ketika teman-teman tampil juga harus menyampaikan apa sih misalkan kekurangan dari past action sebelumnya gitu kan, apa sih gap-nya tuh di mana gitu kan, apa yang bisa dioptimalkan untuk menangani masalah tersebut gitu. Kemudian juga lebih detail, jadi teman-teman memang ketika mewakili satu negara gitu kan, nah teman-teman pasti kan akan melakukan riset terhadap negara tersebut, stand negara tersebut itu seperti apa, setuju apa tidak, kemudian riset negara itu apa aja sih, kemudian aliansinya siapa aja, kalau di dunia nyatanya teman kita tuh sebenarnya siapa, musuh kita siapa. Kalau kita lihat, kalau sekarang lah teman-teman bisa perhatikan, Amerika apakah akrab dengan China misalkan. Nah, itu kan bisa kita lihat nih. Nah, itu juga yang harus teman-teman perhatikan ketika mewakili satu negara. Gitu. Oke, Adolf, you can continue to speak.
Thank you so much, Maria, once again. Okay, so we're moving to the I will speed up the presentation, so yeah, we can finish ASAP. You know, yeah, I don't wanna waste your time. So basically, we're moving on to the next part, is your negotiation skills and building trust from delegates. So next, please. Well, so I'm giving some tricks and tips to basically help you by improving your skills in MUN, because more than a fellow delegate, be a friend. So one of the main things that you can get in MUN is friendships, and I will tell you a story later on about MUN and how I managed to find amazing friends. I really recommend you to be more than only a delegate, be a friend, like be someone the delegates will remember as a friendly delegate. Like when they get home or when they leave the meeting, they tell, oh my God, mom, you don't know, I knew a person, delegate, and he was so friendly. He was super amazing. He was super cool. He tried to explain us everything and he tried to be so supportive. That's a real change maker. The one who supports everyone and everything, you know, like, you know, you have to be a friend, because at the end of the day, it's not only about competition. I think something that the previous speaker, Angela, said, it's very true. Angela said that this is not a competition, that MUN is more than that. And I want to requote that saying, yeah, you must be a friend, you must be someone who supports everyone, because the most important point is that yeah, just be a friend, be someone that everyone will remain as a supporter. So yeah, next please. Gain confidence through your speeches. Okay, so gain confidence from others through your speeches means basically sound like a leader when you are talking. Try to give your best in public speaking. Try to sound like someone who wants to lead the blog. Try to sound like someone who wants to lead the committee. And I'm sure that all the delegates will say, I want to work with you. I want to be in your blog, and I want you to be our leader. I want you to be our sponsor. And I recommend you, yeah, to just give your speeches with all the leadership skills that you have, so you will gain everyone's confidence, and this will, yeah, improve your negotiation skills with everyone. Next, please. turn on your camera if the conference is held online. This is very important because, to be honest, I don't really want to work with someone that I don't see through the Zoom app. So yeah, just turn on your camera and that's it, because this is about making this as offline as possible. We want to make this as real as we can, and if we really want to do so, we have to cooperate by turning on our cameras, by being acting in the committee, because if I see each other faces, I feel like we are having something real. I mean, this pandemic, this is term, even though online MUN is not the same, if everyone has their camera on, it will feel like a very united committee. It's gonna feel so great. So next, please. Thank you so much. Get commitments and show leadership. What I mean with this, okay, so I really recommend you, for example, get commitments. Okay, so I work on this clause, I work on this clause, I'll divide the clause by this, this group of delegates will work on this group of delegates will work on this, and you basically organize the whole block. So this is very important because if you show leadership and if you get commitments, all the group will see that you're working, that you're trying to organize everything, that the blog is possible because of you, and they will give you the opportunity to represent them as a sponsor. So I really recommend you to get the commitments and show leadership with everyone because it's gonna worth it, trust me. So next, please. When needed, teach other countries about themselves. Okay, so let me make this more clear. So whenever it's possible and needed, for example, experienced MUN delegates can generally tell you where they stand or in a given issue in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, they can give you their entire stance. But more often than not, many delegates do not think of a clear position and simply have a general direction. So for example, when the delegate you're speaking to has no information about their country, some information could be the difference in making them an ally. So if you want to gain his or her attention, if you want to make him or her in our blog, for example, if you're talking about the condition of the refugees in Kenya and you're Guatemala, the delegate may say, we want to improve the conditions of the refugees. We feel that they are in pain and their life should be made better by the international community. The people living in Kenya deserve better than this. I yield my time to the chair. Wow, that's super short and it's super general. So I recommend you that when you hear that speech and you hear that general, it's something that doesn't make a difference and you can really see in a specific stance. As the delegate of Guatemala didn't say anything about their country or policy, it's probably a good move for you to do a quick research about Guatemala in literally 10 seconds. Like you can make a research in 10 seconds and you can negotiate, you can tell him or tell her more about the sense of their country. And however, this is, it is not enough to just give them facts about themselves to show that you know more about the country. You also need to help them develop their identity as country. You have to teach them more about their country's sense, history, etc. Whatever you know, and if you know it, do a quick research, because if you're effective, you need to give them information and also get commitments from them. So it's gonna be the key, actually. If you help them by knowing more about their countries, they will be with you, I'm sure. So yeah, next. Be consistent. This is very, 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 very important, very important, very important. Okay, well, so what do I mean with being consistent? Okay, be consistent. To be the top delegate in the committee and to, basically improve the negotiation skills, you will need to maintain a strong performance throughout the conference, from the very first minute to the minute when the chair say this conference has finally finished. This doesn't mean that you can be less energetic in a few minutes or that you have to be like speaking all the time. This just means that you have to be active, paying attention, and when a delegate is below average and suddenly shines on the last day before the awards are selected, the chairs will at least say, well, that was a good show, but but he or she didn't start on time. So for example, if you give a speech at the last of the conference and it's very pretty clear and etc., and the last hours of your performance are perfect, but you were lazy in the very first comedy sessions, the church won't look at you as a possible winner. So trust me, be active all the time. Like, it doesn't mean that you have to speak all the time. Just try to have like your performance usually, try to participate in different moderate caucuses and etc. Because if you give a solid speech in the beginning, be involved throughout, and be especially careful to stay strong during the comedy fatigue, you will get through it and you will be consistent, and the delegate and chairs will notice you. So yeah, next please. Be likable. This is related to the first part. When I say be a friend, okay, this sounds super obvious, but it's not. We as humans can be selfish or pity, so no one's likes a know-it-all. But I really recommend you that there's an emotion that can turn delegates against you, which goes deeper than your frustration. So that emotion is pretty juicy. So it's easy to hate other delegates. So I really recommend you to be likable, to be a delegate who doesn't want to fight with other delegates, a delegate who is friendly, a delegate who is not correcting the church all the time or other delegate, because the most important point is that you speak well and are competent across the world. Because jealousy is also a tool used by competitive players to turn delegates against each other. So, you know, if those bad delegates make fights in the committee, I think that like they will get through their objective to win by affecting others. So I really recommend you to be likable, just be a good delegate. For example, I will give some suggestions for likability. Include others in decisions making. Like, make other delegates be included in decisions making. Compelling your allies in method. Go to socials and have fun. Like, just not be the delegate that is always involved in the conference and it's not fun. Go to socials, be friendly outside the room. Don't be over aggressive. Don't be the delegate. Oh my God, the delegate is so dumb, because it will affect you and you will sound like a very bad person. Be patient with the committee. Don't be the delegate that is raising his placard all the time, like, I need to speak, please, I need to speak, or raising their head all the time. Like, I raise my hand and then I lower my hand and then I raise again and then I lower my hand. Yay, I'm here, I'm trying to speak. Don't be like that, please. And don't overact if someone moves to your territory, please. Like, if someone may say something that you were about to say, don't get mad and attack him or her. Just be chill, and it needs the same information, you can repeat it. But yeah, always be likable, because I guess you also want to make friends, and if you're not likable, you would go through it. So yeah, next please. Okay, Maria, do you want to take over?
I think you can continue first, because we still have 15 minutes left. So you can take to the last
Okay.
slide. So
Okay, thank you so much. So next, please. Some unforgettable moments that I have had in Model UN. Well, so friends making. This is my favorite part of being MUNer, that I have made a lot of friends, especially from Asia. I have managed. Okay, well, I will be honest. So before the pandemic and before I had a lot of friends from Asia, especially Muslims, I used to believe the Western stereotypes that people who wear hijab are bad people. This is the stereotype here in America. That's sad, no. But in Model UN, I managed to get to know Muslim women and men, and I managed to learn how amazing they are. Why? Because I decided to make friends aside from nationality or region, country, religion, etc. So, you know, we can break stereotypes by getting to know people. So don't be afraid to make new friends, because you don't know if your best friend will be there. Actually, one of my best friends is from the Philippines, and I met her in MUN. She even sent me this beautiful case to my home. So, for example, this is me, and those are all the committees that we have worked in together. And she sent me this all the way from her country. She also sent me an organizer with my name and more gifts, and she sent me a letter. I think I have the letter here. Yeah, I have it here. So she sent me a letter and the pig that she based the case in, and yeah, all the way from her home. Where did I met her? I met her in online MUN. And we are like just super amazing friends. We founded an organization together, and we work together all the time. So it's super amazing because we are there for each other every single day, every single minute. And yeah, I met her in online MUN. So friends making is one of the best things. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay, so this is a block that I formed in a conference. This is only like the 6 people that are left right now because we work together usually. So we managed to be board of directors in the Asia World MUN, which is gonna be held next week. Maria is gonna be there, and I hope I see more faces there. So we're gonna be chairs. One year ago we were delegates, and we are there to support each other all the time. I will travel with some of them to Indonesia. I will travel visit Bali, Jakarta, and other regions. I don't know yet what regions, but I'm sure that I will visit some beaches in Indonesia because I already have my flights booked for November, so I'll visit your country very soon. And actually I'm gonna travel with them across the country, because they have gained my confidence, and I decided to took this step to get to know people in MUN, and I'm not regret of that. So yeah, next please. Networking, you can make a lot of networking. For example, I will drop in the chat box the Instagram of the NGO that I founded alongside my friend. If you're gonna go, okay, it's in the chat box. So if you want to go and follow us over there, you will be able to join our events, so we can have like we can have more discussions over there, and I'm gonna be able to see you after this webinar. So yeah, we always organize events very usual, etc. So networking is one of the best things that you can do because you get to know people that share the same interests as you, so it's gonna be perfect. Next please. Thank you. Soft and hard skills. So soft and hard skills development is one of the best things that you can have in MUN, because aside from only speaking and writing and etc., you can develop more things, and I will explain them in a bit. Next, please. Fun moments amid a pandemic. It's very difficult to find something to spend your time in during this pandemic, especially because these times are so chaotic and everyone is trying to figure out how to spend their time. Everyone is watching just Netflix or playing with their PlayStation right now because it's a hard time, but we can have fun moments amid a pandemic. The Gossip Box is so fun. You can have Netflix party after the conference with some delegates. It's gonna be very, very great because you can have some fun amid this storm, and it's gonna be so great. So yeah, next please. Gaining skills in MUN, from skills like spelling to video production. So I gained grammar, spelling and writing skills in English especially. I really managed to get to know how to take interviews and use formal language, public speaking and debate skills, and how to get designing, video production, and more hard skills. So those are the skills that I have developed in MUN, and they have taken me to get a lot of things. Next slide, please. To give you an example, I can tell you that, for example, an excellent resume. For my university, to study college in the United States, I need a very complete CV. So your CV will be well impacted if you manage to get certificates of participations, awards, and sharing from MUN. Trust me. I managed to get skills for job applications. I have been selected to be a counselor at a summer camp for 2021 in the United States. The process was long and selective, but I managed to get the opportunity to have interviews in MUN to get sharing experiences and etc. And it was because I try it and I try it and I try it. And when I had a job application interview, I did it. And I'm gonna be in North Carolina next June to spend time. I think you have watched those movies like The Parent Trap or Kiki Waka or Camp Rock. So I'm gonna go to a summer camp to work over there throughout the whole summer. It's gonna be a very great experience, and MUN gave me the opportunity to get to know how to take interviews and amazing opportunities as well. From being a chair in Harvard National MUN Latin America to be a part of international webinars, summits, and forum discussions, MUN has gave me a lot of opportunities, including this opportunity to be here with all of you, sharing this floor alongside extraordinary speakers such as Ayman and and I'm sorry, Ayman and Angela. I'm so sorry for the name. I'm so bad at names. But yeah, like some amazing opportunities. Next, please. And another opportunity is that I am in the selection process to study at University of Arizona in the United States to get some scholarships and maybe like get the $36,000 per year to $0 with scholarships and more AID from the university. And that's all because of MUN. So yeah, I just say thank you because this platform has given me a lot of things. When I decided to pay for conferences a couple months and years ago, I didn't see as an investment, and now I can see that it was an investment because the benefits are so much better than the money that you will pay, and it will worth it, trust me. So next slide, please. And that's all from me. If you scan this QR code, you can go to my Instagram and follow me. We can have some chat over there. If you have any questions, just reach out to me. I have dropped my Instagram here and also my organization's Instagram. So you can go to follow us and stay tuned for future events. So thank you so much for your time. I hope this talk was fruitful for you, and I hope to work with you in the future. So now I think we're moving on to a fast Q&A session, Maria. I think you can stop sharing screen and yeah, we can just chill out. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I will like to translate first what you are speaking before. Jadi tadi Ado sudah menyampaikan beberapa hal, ya kan. Jadi ketika teman-teman nanti ikut model United Nations atau sidang simulasi PBB, hal-hal yang harus teman-teman perhatikan gitu kan, untuk mendapatkan kepercayaan dari delegate lain misalkan gitu. Misalkan adalah teman-teman more than a fellow be a friend. Jadi teman-teman nanti harus ramah gitu loh. Jadi kayak kita memang berkompetisi nih di model United Nation, tapi jangan sampai delegate lain kita anggap jadi kayak musuh gitu. Jadi kita berusaha untuk membangun pertemanan atau cooperation dengan mereka begitu kan. Kemudian gain confidence through your speech. Jadi percaya diri dengan apa yang teman-teman sampaikan nanti melalui speech-nya. Kemudian juga teman-teman di MUN nanti kita bukan berarti harus menjatuhkan delegasi lain. Maksudnya kita bisa support loh delegasi lain, misalkan mereka kurang paham nih dengan stand negara mereka. Nah, kita sebagai delegasi yang udah mengerti stand kita dan juga mungkin kita sudah melakukan riset sebelumnya apa sih standnya negara si A, si B, si C. Jadi kita bisa bantu dia, seharusnya kamu tuh melakukan hal seperti ini begitu untuk sesuai dengan kondisi negara kamu terhadap isu yang sedang kita bahas nantinya. Kemudian hal yang harus diperhatikan juga adalah turn on your camera, ya kan. Jadi ketika teman-teman nanti ikut model United Nation, terutama yang online, teman-teman harus selalu mengaktifkan kameranya karena itu sangat perlu ya, sangat penting. Nggak mungkin kan kita bicara tapi nggak tahu nih siapa yang bicara gitu. Nah, itu juga untuk menghindari kecurangan-kecurangan ketika model United Nation dilaksanakan secara virtual. Kemudian juga nanti teman-teman harus memperhatikan get commitment and also you can show your leadership skill. Jadi ketika sidang simulasi PBB nanti atau model United Nation, teman-teman menunjukkan skill leadership teman-teman. Jadi kan nanti kita akan membangun satu blok itu kan, atau kita akan mengajak orang lain untuk bergabung di aliansi kita begitu. Nah, gimana cara mendapatkan trust mereka supaya mereka mau nih gabung sama kita? Nah, kita harus menunjukkan kita sebagai seorang leader yang mampu mengayomi kepentingan setiap negara yang mungkin jadi aliansi kita, atau kita bisa mempropose solution yang bisa jadi applicable solution untuk diterapkan di banyak negara yang sedang ikut sidang simulasi ini begitu. Kemudian juga juga apa ya, teman-teman juga bisa mengajarkan kepada delegasi lainnya, mungkin mereka kurang mengerti dengan posisi yang seharusnya mereka lakukan atau dengan apa yang mereka sampaikan. Teman-teman bisa menyampaikan itu ke mereka, karena nanti ketika teman-teman dipercaya untuk mewakili satu negara dalam sidang simulasi PBB, bukan berarti teman-teman hanya fokus pada riset yang berasal dari negara teman-teman, misalkan United States of America, kita dari delegasi Amerika nih, kita nggak memperhatikan stand negara lain, maksudnya kita nggak tahu nih kebijakan negara lain. Nah, seharusnya ketika kita ingin ikut model United Nations, kita juga memperhatikan apa sih yang sudah dilakukan negara lain atau stand negara lain, sehingga kita tahu siapa yang bisa kita ajak untuk kolaborasi nantinya, siapa yang bisa kita gandeng untuk jadi aliansi kita untuk buat blog, kemudian kita bisa dipercaya nih jadi sponsor. Nah, ketika kita dipercaya jadi sponsor country nanti dalam dalam mengajukan draft resolusi, nah itu nanti akan jadi nilai plus bagi kita, dan tentunya kesempatan untuk mendapatkan award di model United Nation itu akan semakin besar. Gitu. Kemudian juga tadi Ado menyampaikan bahwasannya teman-teman harus konsisten dengan stand negara teman-teman. Kalau misalkan agree atau disagree dengan isu tersebut. Nah, misalkan agree, nah silakan sampaikan dengan bahasa yang sediplomatis mungkin. Jika disagree juga bisa sampaikan dengan bahasa yang sediplomatis mungkin. Tidak harus teman-teman menyampaikan ketidaksetujuan teman-teman terhadap satu isu yang sedang dibahas itu dengan bahasa yang kasar, karena kalau dalam sidang simulasi PBB kita berusaha untuk sediplomatis mungkin dengan bahasa yang sudah kita pilih begitu. Kemudian juga tadi disampaikan juga bahwasannya menurut Adolf kita itu harus jadi orang yang friendly, kita jadi orang yang ramah. Bukan berarti kita jadi orang yang tidak mau sosialisasi nih dengan teman-teman dari delegasi lain. Nah, biasanya nih kalau di model United Nation yang normal situation yang enggak online ya kan, konferensinya enggak online atau offline dulu-dulu, itu akan ada social night. Nah, social night itu nanti teman-teman akan punya kesempatan untuk interaksi lebih banyak dengan delegasi lain. Jadi teman-teman bisa ngobrol deh kayak dengan informal kayak, oh iya ini delegasi dari negara A, B, C, D gitu kan. Oh, kita berada di konsil yang sama loh, kita ngebahas apa nantinya. Teman-teman bisa tukar pikiran di sana, dan itu akan membuat keakraban teman-teman itu terjalin. Sehingga orang-orang akan lebih menyukai teman-teman gitu. Kemudian juga Ado juga menyampaikan ada unforgettable moment yang mungkin dia dapatkan nanti ketika kita mengikuti MUN. Nah, banyak sekali hal-hal menarik pengalaman yang mungkin tidak akan bisa kita dapatkan kalau kita nggak ikut MUN. Juga tadi disampaikan bahwasanya dari MUN itu sendiri, kita bisa memiliki banyak teman dari berbagai negara. Itu sangat menarik tentunya. Nah, ketika kita punya banyak teman dari berbagai negara, dengan orang-orang yang punya latar belakang background pendidikan, dengan situasi politik yang berbeda, kemudian culture, bahasa, ada istiadat yang berbeda, tentu ada paradigma atau stigma-stigma atau perspektif yang mungkin dianggap oke oleh teman-teman lain di negaranya, tapi belum tentu di negara kita. Nah, tadi Adolf juga menyampaikan bahwasannya tadi ketika beliau ikut conference, dia mengenal banyak teman-teman muslim, ya kan. Nah, dia tahu loh, oh ternyata stereotip yang dibangun oleh dunia barat tentang muslim, ya kan, tentang orang-orang Islam itu selalu negatif. Tapi ketika mereka bertemu dengan orang-orang Islam yang kayak berhijab gitu kan, mereka tahu loh sebenarnya mereka tuh nggak kayak gitu, hanya media saja yang menggambarkan negatif-negatif tentang Islam gitu. Kemudian juga tadi disampaikan oleh Adolf bahwasanya model United Nations juga merupakan salah satu wadah untuk memperluas jaringan kita. Kita bisa mengenal banyak orang ya kan yang punya pengalaman yang berbeda gitu, yang punya kemampuan yang berbeda, kita bisa belajar banyak hal dari mereka. Nah, tentunya ini akan sangat membantu meningkatkan soft skill kita, juga membantu kita untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan yang kita impikan di masa depan. Kemudian juga tadi Adolf juga menyampaikan bahwasanya di masa COVID-19 saat ini ya, yang terjadi di berbagai belahan dunia, termasuklah di tempat Adolf saat ini di Meksiko, ya kan, pandemi memang membuat setiap orang itu mungkin tertekan ya kan dengan situasi saat ini. Kita tidak bisa kuliah secara langsung, harus tatap muka melalui daring gitu kan. Nah, tapi pandemi bukan satu alasan untuk kita tidak bisa membuat momen ini menjadi hal yang menarik. Nah, dengan mengikuti model United Nations, teman-teman akan mendapatkan satu pengalaman yang sangat menyenangkan, yang sangat berharga, yang tentunya ini sangat membantu teman-teman untuk bisa memahami apa yang harus teman-teman lakukan di masa depan gitu. Kemudian juga tadi Ado juga menyampaikan mengenai apa saja sih soft skill yang beliau dapatkan ketika mengikuti model United Nations. Nah, banyak sekali. Yang pertama adalah ketika kita merepresentasikan suatu negara, tentu kita akan melakukan deep riset terlebih dahulu terhadap stand negara tersebut atau stand negara lain, ya kan. Jadi kita akan membaca lebih banyak bahan-bahan yang mungkin bahan-bahan tersebut akan disampaikan kebanyakan dalam bahasa Inggris, ya bukan bahasa kita kalau orang Indonesianya ya, gitu kan. Nah tentunya itu akan membantu teman-teman untuk meningkatkan kemampuan reading teman-teman, listening teman-teman, juga speaking teman-teman, vocabulary-nya semakin menambah, kemudian juga grammar-nya semakin baik. Nah, selain itu juga teman-teman belajar untuk lebih confident menyampaikan speech teman-teman nantinya, lebih percaya diri untuk menyampaikan argumen di depan banyak orang, meskipun orang tersebut belum pernah teman-teman ketemui di kehidupan nyata begitu. Oke, juga tadi salah satu di antara benefits atau manfaat yang teman-teman bisa dapatkan ketika mengikuti model United Nations adalah teman-teman bisa menambah CV teman-teman itu dengan satu hal yang sangat menarik. Jadi kan kalau kita nanti habis tamat kuliah, tentu kita ketika ingin melamar pekerjaan atau kita apply scholarship, melanjutkan pendidikan ke jenjang lebih tinggi, membutuhkan CV. Nah, ketika teman-teman CV-nya itu sudah bertenggerlah beberapa prestasi ya, salah satunya misalkan MUN. Nah, itu tuh adalah satu hal yang sangat luar biasa begitu, yang mungkin belum bisa diikuti atau dilakukan oleh teman-teman kita yang lain. Jadi MUN itu bisa jadi bahan pertimbangan, bukan bahan pertimbangan sih, menjadi sesuatu prestasi yang bisa kita cantumkan di CV. Jadi orang akan lihat, oh ya, anak ini punya skill diplomasi loh, anak ini punya skill riset loh, anak ini punya kemampuan bahasa Inggris yang oke loh gitu. Kemudian juga nanti itu pengaruhnya ke skill for job application. Jadi teman-teman ketika mendaftarkan diri di pekerjaan ya kan, teman-teman karena udah punya pengalaman di MUN sebelumnya, dan di MUN itu kompetisinya itu kita membutuhkan beberapa skill, bukan hanya komunikasinya secara verbal ya kan, tapi juga dalam menulisnya ya kan, dalam menulis position paper itu juga harus diperhatikan. Nah itu tuh sangat membantu ketika teman-teman nanti akan meng-apply job di masa depan. Kemudian juga MUN juga merupakan tempat untuk mendapatkan amazing opportunity bagi teman-teman yang mungkin kita selama ini kalau di dunia kampus perkuliahan hanya kenalan sama orang-orang yang mungkin di Indonesia aja gitu kan, teman-temannya dari satu daerah, kebanyakan mungkin kalau yang di Unri dari Pekanbaru, kebanyakan anak-anak Universitas Riau dari ya Medan dan sekitarnya Sumatera. Namun ketika teman-teman mengikuti MUN, nah punya teman-teman akan bertemu dengan orang-orang baru, dan tentunya itu akan menjadikan opportunity yang sangat luar biasa nantinya, dan akan membantu teman-teman untuk mendapatkan kehidupan yang lebih baik di masa depan. Okay, Adolf, I think we can move to the next session, this question and answer.
Sure.
Okay, first, wait, yeah. Okay, this is the question, the first question coming from Lady Tasha Angela Siaan, Universitas Riau. She asks, I know you have had a lot of experience and you have started since you were very young. Have you ever felt nervous, or what did you feel for the first time? And I have participated in several competitions such as the Olympics, English debate, and others, but I still feel nervous until now, so it makes me panic. How do you respond to this? What should I do? How to handle it? I can get nervous. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I continue.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sure.
I can get nervous and panic when I express my opinion, even though I have prepared everything. I've been practicing too, but I'm still nervous. But if there is something that I can't be spontaneously, I feel more calm and comfortable. Well, we know that everything must be prepared properly in advance. That's the question from Lady Tasha, so you can answer it.
Yeah, first of all, Tasha, congratulations on trying your best all the time. I know that you are a very great delegate, because for me, a very great delegate is not that with the perfect skills, but is the one who tries his or her best all the time. So yeah, congratulations. I'm proud of you. Well, so yeah, I felt nervous, to be honest, especially because in the past, like when I was 11 years old. Imagine 11 years old mixed with people from like 18 years old or 17 years old. You're speaking in a forum. So I was super young. And yeah, I felt so nervous. You have no idea. Actually, here in America, it is prohibited to say okay in MUN. because okay is a word that is not recognized by the United Nations. So when I said okay, I was warning and warning and warning, and I'm a warning and a warning. And one day I got revoked from the room because I said okay like around 20 times. It was because I was super duper nervous. And yeah, that's totally normal. You know, it's something that I've been improving, that I've been working on it. But everything is a process. So yeah, don't be afraid to be nervous. Just try to improve it. Try to applaud yourself because you're trying. That's the best point, that you're trying. It doesn't matter if you're not perfect. The most important is that you are trying and improving and improving. So everything is a process, and I'm sure that you will become a very great delegate and a very great chair in the future. Just yeah, like keep up the hard work and keep up working on it. Like if you see that you may have a failure on public speaking, practice in front of a mirror, tell a partner to help you by giving you a fruitful feedback on that. Because the most important point is, to try and to improve. But yeah, like I'm proud of you. I can say that after this question, I can say that I'm super proud of you because the word that is lost is the one that you don't fight in, and you're trying your best, and that's something we should applaud.
Okay, thanks for the answer. Maybe I will translate in bahasa in the simple. Jadi tadi udah dijawab oleh Adolf. Sebenarnya kalau kalau kita itu agak kurang percaya diri, agak takut deg-degan gitu kan, nervous dengan ketika kita ingin tampil di Medal United Nations, that's fine. Itu tuh hal yang biasa. Nah, ada juga merasakan hal tersebut meskipun ya beliau ini memang native speaker-nya gitu kan dalam bahasa Inggris. Apalagi kita nih yang bukan bahasa kita, bahasa ibu kita, ya kan. Jadi itu satu hal mungkin yang lebih menantang gitu. Tapi yang dikatakan adalah tetap coba saja gitu kan, that's fine, try to improve. Jadi nanti seiring berjalannya waktu teman-teman akan lebih baik deh penyampaiannya gitu. Karena mungkin kalau teman-teman juga pernah ngelihat ini ya, kalau Najwa Shihab ini di luar dari si Adolf ya, Najwa Shihab juga meskipun udah berapa puluh tahun ada di TV, ketika kemarin diwawancarai juga nervous gitu, apalagi kita yang mungkin jam terbangnya masih kurang di bawah itu gitu, that's fine. Jadi try to present your best gitu. Okay, we continue to the next question. Okay, this is the question from Dea Yulisa, Riau University. Does each council have different issues, and can we represent our own country? Does you can answer, Adolf?
Okay, let me check. Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. So, wait. Well, can you repeat the question, please, Maria? Thank you, because I didn't get it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Does the Catch Council have different issues, and can we represent our country? Okay, well, so yeah, basically every council has different issues to address, especially because the problems are focused on the mandate of the council. For example, WHO topics will be focused on health, of course. Like almost all the conferences are focusing WHO topics on COVID-19 vaccination, on the pandemic controlling, on problems related to pandemic and etc. For example, International Monetary Fund, we talk about monetary issues, about reliefs for the world in this pandemic, about international budgets or etc. So yeah, there will be different topics, and that's the best part, that you can choose your favorite council, like the council you feel more comfortable with. For example, if you like to talk about social topics, you can choose ECOSOC or UNICEF. If you like economics, you can choose IMF or World Bank or ECOFIN. If you like about health, you can choose the World Health Organization, sometimes the General Assembly. There are a lot of councils, different councils. I have also chaired for OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and it's very amazing because I managed to learn a lot about Muslim women after being like a chair for that conference. I managed to learn a lot about the UMA and how how do Muslim women live over there, etc. So yeah, you can basically discuss different topics in different councils and represent your own country, of course, yeah. But take into account that it depends on the availability in the council. For example, if you sign up to join a conference and the committee asks you for your trip preferences and you select Indonesia's first, then Malaysian, then China, sometimes the committee will do this. Like if they will go for your first option, if Indonesia is not available, they will for your second option. So, it's not very, you don't have any guarantee that your council will have that country available. So I recommend you to sign up whenever you want, especially, because if the application for delegate opens up, sign up as soon as possible so you can get your favorite country. Actually, Indonesia in Indonesian MUNs is the most asked country, and the United States is always asked as one of the first countries as well. So yeah, I hope this helps. Do you wanna do the translation, Maria?
Okay, great. Yes, so actually, wait. Oke, ya, jadi untuk jawaban pertanyaan tersebut ya, apakah kansel tadi setiap kansel itu punya isi yang berbeda? Ya, jadi memang kan nanti ketika kita ikut sidang simulasi PBB gitu kan, ada misalkan kansel ada WHO, ada UNHCR, kemudian ada stakeholder dan sebagainya. Tentu setiap kansel akan membahas isi-isi yang berbeda sesuai dengan tugas atau tupoksi dari kansel tersebut gitu kan. Nah, when can we represent our own country? Bisa kalau, nah gini. Bisa sih kalau misalkan panitianya tuh memberikan kesempatan ke teman-teman tuh dipilih tadi untuk mewakili negara Indonesia, tapi jarang banget kita tuh bisa mewakili negara kita karena biasanya kalau di MUN kan banyak nih delegasi dari Indonesia misalkan kan. Nah, itu tuh apa ya? Nggak mungkin kan satu negara itu akan diwakili banyak orang gitu. Jadi biasanya satu negara hanya satu delegate dan kita akan ditempatkan di negara lain gitu. Jadi itulah kenapa kita harus melakukan research. Kemudian, I think we are running out of time. So, yes, I think that's the last question because we will have our photo session and also the awarding for the certificate. Yeah, okay. Operator, you can help. And also, everyone, the participant, you can turn on your camera because we'll have the photo session with Adolf before he's going to leave the room. Okay.
Thank you so
Adolf,
much.
thank you. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Well, may I take a screenshot with it?
Yes.
Wait, I will take another screenshot. So yeah, please give me your best smile, Marianne.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Adolf. Okay.
So now can we take a group picture, like of everyone? I want to take a screenshot before leaving.
Okay.
If you agree.
Okay, so let me count 1, 2. Okay, thank you.
Wait, I want to take one. May I? Okay, so wait a bit. Please give me your best smile, guys. 1, 2. Thank you so much. This was such a great opportunity, and I hope to stay tuned with all of you. I have dropped my Instagram, so yeah, I hope we can share more time. And thank you so much for your time, guys. You are the change that this world needs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adolf.
By the way, good luck, Ayman. Ayman is one of my closest people in the Amiens circuit. Like he was my chair in a conference, and he's super duper cool. Yeah, such a role model for me. So thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Adolf. Okay. Now we can move to the next session for the third speaker. Here already with us, Mr. Aiman Shafi bin Anas from Malaysia. Hello, Aiman.
Hi, yes.
Okay. So thank you for coming in this our international webinar. So before you are going to delivering your speech, I would like to read your CV. Wait a moment. Okay. So here is the background of our friend Aiman. Education background, Sekolah Integral Asyakirin, Shah Alam Selangor. Kemudian Sapura Smart School, SMK Section 9 Shah Alam Selangor. Dan
Yes,
juga International Islamic
I think you
University
give the education background.
Malaysia.
Go
And
ahead.
then for his achievement, he is the co-chair of UNTAD Asia International Model Unit Nation, Putrajaya, Malaysia, and then co-chair of UNICEF and WHO Council, International Global Network Model Unit Nation 2020. And then he is also the chair of UNICEF and co-chair of IMF Council, IGN Model United Nations 2020, and also the chair of UNEP and co-chair of WHO Council, IGN Model United Nations 2020. And also he is the chair of UNHRC, Independent Model United Nations 2020. Also, he has been involved in volunteering programs. The first one is that participate in cultural exchange program to Turkey and England, France on 2014, and then participate in student exchange program between Japan and Malaysia on 2014, involved in student international program to SM Saidina Hassan, Brunei Darussalam on 2015, and also involved in international youth exchange program Malaysia and Republic of Korea 2017. Wow, he has so many volunteer experience here. Oh my God. Okay, now give time for our friends Aiman to deliver your presentation.
Right, hi everyone. So first I would like to say thanks to the organizer for inviting me here to speak and also distinguished guests. Good afternoon, I suppose. And also fellow speakers, Angelica and Adolfo. Very beautiful presentation. Right, I'll just go straight to it. I'll show you my slides. Okay, I noticed that you guys did not get any rest in between. So here's what I'm gonna do. For the first part, I'll just tell a bit of myself and my journey. And korang lagi prefer bahasa Melayu ke? Korang faham bahasa Melayu ke? Faham? Like 100% faham?
Paham.
Paham.
Riau Melayu banyak.
Okay. Faham.
Itu bagus. Actually, when I speak in Malay, it feels so awkward to me, right? So the first part is, saya akan bercakap pasal tentang diri saya dan pengalaman saya di dalam Modern United Nation. And then the second part, saya akan bentangkan tentang how to make the best position paper that you can have. So for the first part right now, since korang tak dapat rest in between, just sit back, relax and hadap. Right? Tak payah tulis nota, tak payah nak ni sangat, just at least fahamkan message yang akan disampaikan. Oh, it's not moving. All right, there you go. Right, first things first. Do you guys know who this is, right? Ni Syed Saddiq, one of the youngest MP in ASEAN, I suppose. So there's a lot of events that had happened to me that lead to me jumpa all these big figures in Malaysia, and kalau korang nak tahu juga, I also had the privilege to meet Rumaisa Kadab. She was the youngest MP in Turkey and can be considered one of the youngest in Europe as well. But that's too much information. However, what I've done is saya pernah terlibat dalam rescue mission di Gaziantep, Turkey. Also MUN pun banyak juga terlibat, and at the same time banyak organisation and body yang saya pegang jawatan sebesar-besar yang korang boleh imagine, right? And another thing about me is that I did not start from like how Adolfo started. He started when he was in the 7th grade. I'm not that kind of person. I started pretty late, you can say that. It was literally zaman I masuk university was when my journey started to boom. Kalau korang nak tahu zaman saya sekolah dulu, you can consider me as one of the bad kids. And if let's say my dad found out what I've been doing at school during my high school, I would be disowned completely. It's even embarrassing for me to talk about it. So yeah, I guess if this is for you, like you're just starting out, I'm just letting you know that it was never too late to start. If you're at the age of 20, 19, 21, 22, it doesn't matter. Okay, as long as you start. And I'll talk more about that very soon. So two aspects that I'll cover is what are the soft skills that you will unconsciously get when you join Modern United Nation, and also what are the opportunities that you get as well by joining it. Now, to be fair, credit given where credit is due, the soft skills that I love is the problem solving skills, critical thinking skills, creative thinking, people management, and judgment and decision making. But all this, semua skills ni, it's you have to fix fundamentally for yourself, right? And that is where I come with train of thoughts. So actually what I came up with. I've been reading books, and basically this is what my version of it. But it's, you can say it's legit lah. Tak adalah tak adalah nak belagak pandai apa semua tu kan. Jadi here's the thing about train of thoughts. What you need to first have to train your mind is to form your own opinion on any issues. Just like how you, sorry, just like how you, just like how you talk about, for example, I think in Indonesia, the latest worldwide controversial would be the omnibus law, right? So that is one of the issues that you have opinion on. Is it wrong? Is it right? Why? And etc. So your role, if you want to train your train of thoughts, you have to consistently form your own opinion on every issues that is happening in the world, right? Jadi apa isu dekat US, the trillion billion packages? What do you think about that? So you have to ask yourself, have you had any opinion on whatever issues that you have? And right, so that's number one. Number two is, how can you form your own opinions on issues? How can you actually train your train of thoughts? So it's basically just two things. You have to constantly read, baca, and I would suggest reading. Of course, if you can go for a book, definitely go for a book. But if you want more on current issues, The Economist is a way to go, if you're familiar with that. And also listening. The podcast that I love is The Economist Radio on Spotify. So that's number one. And also I listen to a lot of podcasts on the financial market as well, because I I am an economics student and a finance student. So that is a sort of a requirement for me. Right. And then of course you can read news magazine, watch news anchors. You don't watch news, watch the one that they invited the guests, because they have the utmost opinions about anything, and they're the experts sort of. And then at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, do you agree or do you disagree with anything that's happening in the world, and why? You have to explain why. And I can tell you that by having this good train of thoughts going on in your mind, unconsciously you become so confident, because it feels as if you are very firm with what you are talking about. And yang ni tak kisah whatever personality yang you ada, right? There's so many people justifying that personality trait. Sorry, who's that making noise? Right, sorry about that. Can you? Yep, thank you. So, where was I? Where was I? I don't know. I can't remember.
Justified it.
Justifying issue. Oh, right.
Personality.
So many people, thank you. So many people justifying that they have the INTJ personality, so I'm gonna be like very introvert and whatnot. Yes, you can be introverted. It's fine, but trust me, when you have a good train of thoughts, it doesn't matter what sort of characteristic that you have. you eventually find yourself to be a likable person, but don't have too much opinion. Like, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to admit that you're wrong, because again, opinions are subjective, right? So you can't be a very fundamentalist, whereas to say like, oh, I'm always right and korang semua salah, korang semua salah, masuk neraka apa semua, right? You can't have those kind of opinions. Yeah, and then so again, the importance is that if you are more confident and you have more opinions on whatever issue that you have, you can be very influential if that's what you're aiming for. And you can also redefine the gray area. Gray area is something that most people don't talk about. It's the compromise between the black and white. Jadi if you can redefine the gray area, that means it's great for you. Your train of thoughts is really improving at a very good rate. And of course, by a lot of reading and listening to other people's opinion, solutions, stories, and whatnot, you become very brilliant and you can come up with creative solutions, right? And I think this is very important for young students. Mario, do you want to translate what I've just said? Or do you think it's fine? I should just go on. Sorry, you're muted. Mario, you're muted. I don't think you need to translate, right? No, you don't need to translate. Okay. Next up is the abundance of opportunities that you get when you join Model United Nation. And I would like to focus on 3 parts. But before you actually get these opportunities, you have to keep in mind that your fundamentals must be good as well. And what I mean by fundamentals is that just now, what I mentioned, when you have the train of thoughts, indirectly, that is your fundamental value in yourself. And when you have good fundamentals, everything else will follow. The opportunity, the money, you name it, right? So there's 3 parts. One is utilize, second is reputation, and the third one is networking. I think many people talked about that already for Angelica and Alfonso. So utilizing is whatever that you learn from whatever conference that you get, utilize that and apply it in your life. And how do you utilize that? For most people, they don't actually tahu what is the meaning of utilizing your experience. And to me, utilizing your experience is reflection. So whenever everything happens in your life, when you're done with studying or you're done with this and that, if you just read the book, try to reflect what you've learned. And if you can have a journal, I don't do journals, but my friend does journal, and I tell you, she's a very great person now. Keep on reflecting, and one day you'll realize what is your mistake, what is your strength and weaknesses and everything. Second part is reputation. So when it comes to opportunities, people will most likely reach out to you via whatever social media that is out there. Could be Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. For me, I don't play much with Facebook because it's my account is somewhat hacked. But I keep a very good reputation on my Instagram. Meaning to say, reputation meaning to say that janganlah belagak yang, oh, aku dah ni, aku dah tu, aku dah ni. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Janganlah belagak yang you banyak buat benda, but it's just that you need to maintain humble, but at the same time, you need to show that you are worth more than what people are seeing, right? So that is reputation, and LinkedIn is the greatest opportunity platform that you can have lah, if you utilize it correctly. And then networking. Here's the thing: networking is very important because through networking, and they know you personally, like your friends, they could be somewhat you get the idea, right? He might be a very important person in an organization, whatnot. For example, like Aldolfo, For example, like the previous speaker just now, he's the president of the organization that he come up with. So, and also the fun part about MBN is that you can see down there I had fun with Teletubbies, right? That was in Korea. That is not something that you would find in like home country. And honestly, my life motto is, it really is just YOLO. You only live once, but don't do stuff that is too stupid, so that you won't regret later in life. But just get the idea. When you're out there, you can explore things that you are not able to explore when you're at your home country. But that doesn't mean it's depressing to just stay in your home country. There's different people, different path, right? All right, so that warms you up. Now let's go to the position paper. So Maria, is everything okay for now?
Yes.
Right. So I should keep talking in Bahasa Melayu then?
Yes, yes. I will summarize everything you said before in Bahasa later.
All right. I want to touch on research, but let's go to the last part, right? So here you can see the structure of a position paper, and I think at this point, this is probably the part that you should take note. So if you were tengah baring tadi, just sit up straight and try to focus on this area, because this will help you in the conference. Just now was just like a motivational talk, just to like kuatkan semangat korang. I hope so. I hope I did that. Okay, so the simple structure yang korang boleh tengok is that I would categorize it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lah. There's 5 aspects that you need to somewhat address. Number 1 is the general statement. So what does the general statement means? First, you need to define the topic that was given in the research paper or the study guide. The study guide. That's the very first step of everything. You need to read the study guide, in which I will talk about later on. But I'm just trying to go back to the ending product, and then I'll go from the beginning. You need to define the topic and give like background and history of it. That is the very first part. And then the second part is you also have to touch on you need to identify the key issues. And for example, you have to ask yourself, what are the causes? Why is it an issue in the first place? Okay, so that is the second part. And then you need to put a bit of past effort, but that one is just very general. And then you can put on the country stance. So here's the example in terms of position, the first paragraph, how the global community spends collective money on local issues. So this is your stance as Greece, right? And you need to point it out, and you need to stick to it. You cannot go all of a sudden U-turn when it comes to the conference, because that just does not align with your country's policy. And of course, you have the relation here. You need to say what is related of your country to the issue above, to the what you just defined the topic just now, the background and the history of it. So here, for instance, how Greece doesn't have the money to spend and how it has local diseases and problems at home. So that is the relation of Greece to the topic that was being discussed. And then the extra here basically is just, if you want to put data or statistic, that gives you a more like factual approach to it. Jadi facts is so important. I don't consider it as extra. I consider it as very, very important, because you sort of can give like what is the importance of it, right? So we can make comparison when it comes to time debate nanti. And lastly is proposal. So again, just to recap, first you need to give the background, number 1. Number 2, state your country's position. Number 3, what is the relation of your country to the issue. Number four, you need to put in like statistics and data. And lastly, it's the proposal. And here is where it gets tricky, right? Okay, now there are two types of file. This is for physical conference, but if you want to do online conference, also it is okay. The first the first file is the research binder, and the second one is the research matrix. So the research binder basically consists of one thing. It's just the general information, and the matrix is the topic-based information. So that is very specific. Let's look at the research binder first. So what are the things that you need to have in the research binder? All right. Number one is the rules of procedure. And the second is the OR. So you know what ROP is, right? ROP. ROP, I'll show you the screen. Sharing. Hold on. Can you guys see the PDF that I'm sharing? This is the PDF you're seeing, right? Okay. So this is the rules of procedure. I'll just go through briefly here. Basically, it has what are the general overview is the least important policies. Basically, more like what is the dress code, what is the what time do you eat, what time do you sleep, sort of like that lah. And then here's the important one, the rules of procedure here. They briefly explain what are the terms that you might not understand. I think someone, oh my God. Right, so yeah, so these are terms that you are having to go through when it comes to the conference. So we have the moderated caucus, unmod caucus, all those kind of terms. And right, so that is the rules of procedure. And then the award policy. Who keeps drawing this, man? What is happening here? I am so confused. Then the award policy is not that important. For me, it's not that important. But if you want to be precise on what criteria you have to meet untuk menang apa-apa awards, then yeah, probably go through it. But for me, it really is just waste of time. And then we have the clear. Right, and then we have the committee information. So number one here is this one. The section of UN Charter on Specific Policy. Here's how it looks like. For example, if you want to talk about, oh my God, what is going on? All right, so for example, if you want to talk about the rights of child, so these are the section of the UN Charter, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Because you see, there are certain delegates who, when you realistically speaking, and if it's real, and your country have to stand by your stance. For example, if they don't care much about child rights, then probably, for example, like we can see most of the very right-wing country, China, to name a few, they can go against the convention when they were speaking, right? So if you have this, if you sort of understand what does each of these clause means, you can use this to attack them, right? Jadi contohnya China cakap, you know what? We don't want to give special care and assistance to the children because that would cost a lot of money. We have this amount of child, yada yada yada, and you can sort of, if you're a left country, you can definitely rebut him and just say that under the convention we recognize this is the clause, yada yada yada. It gives you a great point. But of course, this one requires a lot of research to it. And then the mandates of the committee and the power of the council. Now, this is where most people get it wrong. Mandates of the committee, right? I'll show you this one. Oh my God, I've been sharing my screen. You guys didn't see it? Right. So again, this was the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Here, I was talking about this one just now. If you sort of like understand what is going on, you understand the UN Charter, you can basically rebut any delegates that is going against the Charter. And this is for DISAC, Disarmament and International Security. I like this council. And for DISAC, the mandate is here. So this is very important, to be honest. What is the mandate and what is the power of the council? Right, so for DISAC, right, it is ordered to focus purely on security and disarmament issue and work closely with UNDC and UNCD. Okay, and also this one, providing them with up-to-date data and information. So DISAC cannot instruct peacekeeping mission. Where this is where people sort of confuse when it comes to writing a resolution paper, right? So you need to understand the mandate and you need to understand the power of the council. To what extent the council or the committee can do what they were supposed to do, because they are very specific, right? Lastly, okay, this is I think this is the most important. Can coordinate current peacekeeping mission. So that is the only mandate when it comes to DISAC. And the power of the council, it's here. I'll show you the UN Security Council. So again, you can just type it up, whatever you want to type. Maybe sooner or later, I'll share this slide to everyone. So here are the functions and the power. You need to understand in your heart what does all this means, right? To maintain international peacekeeping in accordance with the principle of this, to investigate any dispute or situation which might lead to international friction. This is the only power that UNSC have. DISAC does not have this power or the mandate. Okay, and from once you know what is the power and what is everyone's mandate, and to understand further the committee, I can assure you, you can win because you're the most realist person in the committee session. Lastly is the membership and organization. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, right? And then another thing is the country information. This is not yet specific to the topic. Yeah, this is still in the research binder. 3 aspects that you need to cater: political, social, and economy. The best is if you can find any, for example, in terms of political constitution. So dalam constitution US, what is the specific constitution that talks about child marriage? And you can sort of compare it with other countries' constitution because it's different. Many people stands on refugees is different. Ramai orang stands on environment is different. And then the social stigma, social aspect, you need to know what are the this one is not that efficient tools, I would say. But of course you can, because not many people know, especially if you are representing country yang tak famous langsung, yang you tak pernah dengar kan, Senegal, ZZ something. So those countries, people don't really know what is actually going on, but it is important for you to know, so that whatever policy yang you guys discuss in the committee, you can sort of adapt. This is not right. This does not stand with my social aspect. So I have to go against it, or I have to make amendments to it. And then lastly is of course economy. Economy is as simple as what is the country's expense prioritization. All right. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, their main expense right now is more on transforming reliance from oil to service industry. So if it does not tak kena dengan that kind of goals and objective, then probably you have to go against it. Especially when it comes to IMF, World Bank punya committee, and this one plays a huge role. And next, we have the research matrix. So for research matrix, let me just. So research matrix, there's 4 steps that you need to go through. The first thing, like I said, baca the study guide. Baca je. From top to bottom, you have to. You have to know what is the karmas. Question a resolution must answer. Karma. Thank you. And then, so just read through thoroughly and highlight the important part. And you have to identify what is the main clash points. Pretty self-explanatory, right? And then urgency and relevancy. So after you've done with the study guide, you get the idea of what is going on, what are the keywords and everything. So that is where you start to look at news.
Masih mulai, berarti mati tadi.
Sorry, can you mute? Right, thank you very much.
Nggak tahu dia Mas.
Right, okay, so next is urgency and relevancy. This is where you have to track the patterns of the news from freshest to the oldest. So whenever it's irrelevant, you don't need to really read on that unless you feel like you need to explain why your country changed your stance. But another aspect about news is that you don't just look at your country, you look at everyone else's. So from here, when you see Russia all of a sudden gives a damn about, dude, who keeps drawing this? What is going on? All right, try not to disrupt the presentation. So yeah, basically, if you know that Russia, who has been conspiring with data privacy, and then on the conference, all of a sudden you hear Russia very angelic, like dia seorang je yang pergi syurga lah apa semua kan. That is sort of the materials that you can rebut to Russia, right? And then, of course, your country, you need to know what is your stance, you need to know what is your past actions, if there's any resistance or anything. And again, don't repeat past action solutions, all right? You want to come up with a solution, you don't come up with an old one. Unless the old one was super good, but masalahnya time tu tak semua negara are prepared for it, for the how do you call it? Yeah, for the proposed solution. This is the case for Netherlands when it comes to the nuclear agreement, because Netherlands was dia tengah conflict dengan NATO. Netherlands was part of NATO, and NATO wants to keep nuclear weapon. So now that when things are starting to macam reda sikit, so only then the solution that Netherlands proposed can come up again when everyone is ready. And lastly, of course, you need to know what has the council been doing regarding this issue. So again, we have come to the research matrix. This is where everything is specific to the topic. This is the example of research paper. This is not position paper, this is research paper. Research paper will help you throughout the whole conference. If you like doing like this, bullet points, then by all means go ahead. But at the same time, the position paper is also a concise, summarized documents of your research paper, right? So whatever that is portrayed on the screen, it is related. And you first need to know what is the goals of position paper. First, your position paper need to address you need to mention the country's unique understanding of the issue. So what does your country understand about this issue? Do they agree? Do they disagree? Do they think it's bogus? Do they think it's not important? And I think the very gray area would be, for example, the rights of LGBT community. Um, that is where you know that um, a lot of countries shares a very, very different opinion on that. And then what is your country's previous relation or affair with the topic? So, for example, have you been in the mess of this issue? Are you part of the mess? What have you done? What actions have you done in response to this? Um, what is your current government plan pertaining to this topic? And the last part is, of course, the policy or idea that your country would like to see in the resolution. So again, the idea or policy, you can be very selfish when it comes to the proposing solution, right? Because in the end, it's all about compromising. You need to know to what extent your country have, and you need to know what gives benefit to other people as well. And the thing is, um, the thing is, give benefit to. Okay, the thing is, a lot of UN, the real UN conference, everyone is selfish, frankly speaking. So if you want to experience the real one, then try to be selfish. But I'm not sure if I were the board of director of that council and I can see that your eagerness to defend your country, Kaukau, you can either win the best delegate or at least the second place, for sure. Right. So this is again credits given where credit is due. I got this from wiseme.com. So I hope you understand what is the structure of the position paper. And just now, yeah. So if you understand the concept of this, then pretty sure you can do it whatever way you like. And later on, it comes to the research process. Research is a skill. Okay. You can't really have like a good research in just a few days. And so I'll just conclude my presentation with just by saying this in terms of position paper, you need all this. Number one, you need to define the topic. Number two, you need to identify the key issues. Number three, you need to mention past efforts of the country that you're representing. What is the efforts that have been done towards this issue or towards this topic? And then number four is your country stance. I think this one is in a not appropriate order, but you get the idea, right? Country stance usually go, it can go above, it can go below. It doesn't really matter as long as you get the flow correct. And easy to understand, of course. So a country stands, where does your country stand when it comes to this issue ataupun this topic? And lastly, propose solution. Yeah, again, you can be selfish. At the same time, you can be compromising of other countries as well. And I think it's best if you propose a solution that will help your membership and organization. For example, kalau you are representing France, then most probably you would say that countries with I would prioritize European Union rather than orang lain. That's fair. It's fair and it's realistic. Macam my previous experience last year when I was delegating, I was representing the Netherlands and I was being selfish about my stance. Like I have the technology, but I don't want to share it to dekat korang semua. I'll just share it to my closest aide, which is European member, European EU members lah. And I'll even go extend to say that UK, I don't need you. All right, you do you. You decided to quit the EU, and it was a very hot topic. I like it. I very much enjoy it, and I think that is the fun of MUN, not the one that everyone agrees on everything. That is just boring to me, and that often happen very very because you need to know apa maksud dia to be diplomatic. Being diplomatic does not mean that you have to agree on everything. Being diplomatic is how you convey your message, even if you disagree at something. Right, lastly, of course, conclusion and bibliography. And with that, okay, oops, sorry, pro tip, last one. So how do you want to start the position paper? First is start with your own questions or curiosity, list them and start researching from there. So if you have any questions, if you have any curiosity, identify the keywords and then go to Google and then just read it up. Simple as that, right? And then having a list of motion you want to discuss and work from there. Now, this is where beginners tend to do. It's okay, but at the same time, I don't specifically prefer this one, but it does give a good flow. Sebab when you have a list of motion that you want to bring to the conference, then by all means, you are super ready. Cuma what I like to do is I suka adapt to the situation. So when there's a topic being discussed, along the way, I would think of what are the next motion that needs to be discussed. And I think that one is it could be intermediate to advanced level, and it should be like that. But if you're a beginner, it's okay. You can just have list of motion as long as it's relevant to the topic that was being discussed. Itu saja. Make sure it's relevant. If it's not relevant, boy, get out of there. Okay? I'm not being harsh. I'm sorry if I'm being harsh. And lastly, consult. Now, there's this one book that I like to share. It's called The Atomic Habits. And I think this book just helps in every aspect in your life. Basically, it says that in every 1% improvement every day, setiap 1% improvement every day is deemed to be more effective than you go all out on one day and then by the time like half macam dah pertengahan tu tiba-tiba you rasa demotivated and you give up, right? So if you read this book, number one is of course you can have a great train of thoughts. Reading book is always a good component to create a train of thoughts. Second one is you can basically try to implement what you have learned, and I've tried it. It works for me. It works like a butterfly. It works like a butter. Sorry, when it comes to fly. With that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks Simon for a very outstanding presentation. Okay, so I would like to summarize some of the presentation that you have delivered before in bahasa. Jadi tadi Aiman sudah menyampaikan banyak banget ya teman-teman. Yang pertama adalah beliau menyampaikan apa sih yang bisa teman-teman dapatkan ketika mengikuti model United Nations. The first one is that soft skill. Jadi di sana ada problem solving skill. Ada gimana cara teman-teman untuk menyelesaikan satu masalah, itu diajarkan di MUN. Kemudian critical thinking. Teman-teman akan semakin kritis nih ketika terjun di MUN. Kemudian creative, to be more creative. People management, bisa memanagement orang lain, bisa mengatur orang lain, ya kan, memimpin. Judgment and decision making also. And then banyak sekali opportunity yang bisa teman-teman dapatkan nanti ketika terjun dalam sirkuit MUN. Yang pertama itu adalah utilizing the skill and knowledge that you acquire. Jadi teman-teman akan dapat skill. Teman-teman skillnya nanti akan semakin bertambah, improve. Dan tentunya skill-skill ini baik soft skill ataupun hard skill sangat diperlukan ketika teman-teman nanti sudah terjun di dunia kerja misalkan, atau you would like to continue your study in the next level misalkan, atau teman-teman ingin bangun komunitas. Nah, skill ini sangat diperlukan. Kemudian juga create reputation. Nah, orang-orang yang mengikuti model United Nations tentu mereka ya dikenal oleh banyak hal yang luas ya kan, punya banyak teman dari berbagai negara. Kemudian juga teman-teman secara tidak langsung dengan mengikuti model United Nations, reputasi teman-teman akan bagus. Orang-orang akan tahu, oh teman-teman yang ikut MUN ini adalah orang-orang yang jago loh dalam bahasa Inggris. Mereka yang jago public speaking, mereka yang jago riset dan sebagainya. Kemudian juga extend your connection. Ya, jadi salah satu keuntungan mengikuti model United Nations dibandingkan kompetisi-kompetisi lain, ya mungkin ini juga sama didapatkan oleh orang yang mengikuti kompetisi like debate or academic writing competition, ya kan, mereka dapat koneksi. But in MUN, teman-teman nanti akan menemukan orang-orang dari berbagai negara, dari latar belakang yang berbeda, dan tentunya ini akan membantu teman-teman untuk memandang satu itu dengan cara perspektif yang berbeda, karena teman-teman punya kenalan dari orang yang berbeda negara dengan teman-teman nantinya. Kemudian juga di MUN nantinya apa saja sih yang akan dilatih, ya kan, form your own opinion on issues. Jadi teman-teman akan mencoba untuk membentuk opini terhadap isu yang akan dibahas nantinya. Teman-teman mencoba untuk mengatakan say yes or no, I'm agree or not agree terhadap isu tersebut dengan bahasa yang sangat diplomatis. Kemudian juga hal yang bisa teman-teman lakukan ketika mengikuti model United Nations adalah how by constantly reading and listening, ya. Teman-teman tentu ketika mengikuti MUN pasti akan melakukan riset terlebih dahulu, ya kan, kemudian banyak membaca artikel-artikel, jurnal, dan juga mandat-mandat hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan topik yang dibahas tersebut. Kemudian juga agree or disagree, ya, tadi disebutkan oleh Aiman juga bahwasannya ketika kita memutuskan untuk gabung di MUN, kita akan belajar untuk bagaimana caranya ketika kita tidak setuju, kita menyampaikan dengan bahasa yang sangat diplomatis. Nah, yang mungkin ini kalau terjadi di debat adalah kalau di kompetisi lain kita mencoba mengatakan argumen orang lain salah gitu kan. Nah, kalau di MUN dengan bahasa yang diplomatis mungkin argumen orang lain itu mungkin kurang maksimal. Nah, kita bisa elaborasi dengan cooperation-nya tadi. Kemudian juga Aiman tadi sudah menyampaikan mengenai importance of forming your own opinion, ya. Jadi di sana kita nanti akan mendapatkan kreatif, solusi yang brilian dan juga kreatif. Kemudian juga itu akan membantu teman-teman untuk lebih percaya diri. Lalu di MUN nanti tentu akan ada banyak sekali opportunity yang bisa teman-teman dapatkan. Yang pertama, ya, koneksi, reputasi, kemudian pengalaman, ilmu teman-teman baru yang sangat luar biasa begitu, ya. Oke. Tadi sepertinya sudah ada pertanyaan, ya, kita coba tanyakan. Oke. We move to the next question. Okay. Okay. This is the question coming from Dea. I have question. Is there anyone who helps us in making our position or research paper? Aiman, you can answer it.
Is there anyone who helps us? No, you're on your own. I'm sorry. Whenever you're making a position paper, you're on your own. But yeah, you can't expect any help. However, I think I've read a few. Ada nampak baca message yang tanya almost the same, but I'll address to that soon.
Ya, oke. Jadi yang disampaikan Aiman adalah ketika kita buat position paper ataupun hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan MUN, ketika kita merepresentasikan suatu negara, ya kita usaha sendiri, maksudnya kita yang buat position papernya. Nah, makanya tadi ketika komite panitia, ya kan, penyelenggara itu membagikan misalkan ada study guide, ada rule of procedure, nah itu tuh dimanfaatkan sebaik mungkin. Di sanalah teman-teman bisa mulai start your research, ya kan. Oke, kita lanjut. We continue to the next question. Oke. Yang Abang sampaikan ya sudah terlibat. Oke, sebagai do you can understand this in bahasa sebagaimana yang Abang sampaikan bahwa Abang sudah terlibat, ya, terlibat dalam banyak acara MUN. Apakah itu merupakan program dari kampus? Karena jika itu program dari kampus tentu ada pelatihan yang diberikan hingga kita mampu membuat paper presentation yang baik. Oke, Kanjeng, she asked that you have involved in several programs and international program just like volunteering or exchange program, and also she asked that is it like support by your campus? Is it come from your campus program? Oke. Lalu apakah Abang ada rekomendasi bagaimana bisa mengevaluasi hasil paper presentation? Did you have any recommendation to evaluate the presentation of our paper? For example, the tutor that will train us to write such a convincing paper presentation before we are going to send our post paper to the committee.
Okay. So there's two ways for you to improve yourself. Number one is trial and error. Kalau you belajar seorang-seorang, then you have to go through the process of trial and error. And by that, I would suggest kalau pergi local MUN competition, it can be free. It can be as cheap as like 10 US dollar. And from there, you can sort of improve with your your respective chair. So, kalau korang nak tahu, when you join Modern United Nation, you can have feedback on everything from the chair. The chair boleh bagi feedback for your position paper, your presentation, and your performance in general. But you have to be active lah, because it's also easy for chairs to not recognize you if you have been quiet the whole entire conference. It's easy because you only have a few days and you can't remember everyone's name. You can also like forget the faces as well. As long as you don't speak, you will be forgotten. Honest to God, that's the truth. That's a harsh truth. So yeah, if you don't have any tutor or trainer, then just join MUN, the cheapest one, the free ones, and dapatkan feedback daripada your respective chairs. But I would also like to emphasize that by having training is super good. I improve a lot when it comes to drafting my own policy. Like I specifically learn how to buat policy on the resolution paper through trainings dekat my university. My university has been very active when it comes to debate in MUN. Kalau korang nak tahu IIUM, yeah. So I would suggest if you guys could create a community of MUN and then have like one specific trainer, it will help you. For sure, it will help you a lot. Other than that, if you're very disciplined, then you can research on your own. That's how I started for the first 4 conferences and still got an award.
Okay, thanks for the answer. We can continue to the next question. Wait. Okay, this is the question coming from Mr. Al-Afif, University of Riau. Thanks for the great presentation, Aiman. How to replay or rebut the arguments if you agree or disagree? Can you give a bit simulation if it's possible? Thanks and salam serupun Indonesia, Malaysia.
I'm not entirely sure. Do you mean in the context of just MUN or in real life? So I use MUN, right?
Yeah, in MUN, I think.
Okay, so for MUN, when you disagree with someone, you can. I like being sarcastic, and even though I was being sarcastic, I still won an award. I don't know why. Basically, by being sarcastic and being funny, you are very, very most likely to share akan perasaan you. Who doesn't like a funny guy, right? But janganlah lawak tu hamba sangat. Don't be so dry about it. You need to have skills to acquire that. So here's a bit of simulation. As far as I can remember, Thailand, I was representing Netherlands. Thailand was on the other side of the end in dissect committee. So what Thailand said was, we have to ensure a targeted surveillance system so that we can identify if there's any potential threat in terrorism or if there's any potential threat in terrorism and etc. etc. So the keyword that Thailand was emphasizing is that it prefers targeted surveillance system, in which us, the Netherlands, and most of the left country, we are against it because we believe in the rights of privacy. Okay, so Thailand said that he wants targeted surveillance system, which is way, of course, against the rights of privacy. So you know what I rebut? I rebut her by saying that when she was doing her presentation, I look up in the internet what is the cases for cyber crime in Thailand. So I just said to her, look, Thailand, you have passed. Okay, this is very informal. Let me try to make the formal one. Dear Honorable Chair, the delegate believes that the delegate of Thailand had been emphasizing on the use of targeted surveillance system, and they have been successfully implementing the system since the early of 2019. However, we can see that regardless of whatever system that they have implemented, the case of cybersecurity crime is still on the rise and exponentially rising, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we can see that this system is not only um, against the rights of privacy, it is also deemed ineffective because there is a larger loopholes that the delegate and the country has yet to address. So that was my argument. And I don't know, everyone likes it. I thought it was cool too. I don't know. You decide. Right? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the answer. Okay, now we can move to the next question. I think this is the last question because we will be in of time. So the last question is coming from Lady. Only she said that she never listened or never heard about MUN in her campus. So maybe Aiman can explain, yeah, in a short way, kind of activity that provide in MUN. I mean, like, what kind of activity commonly the delegates will do in MUN? So, is there any like supervising or whatever is that? So yeah.
I don't think I understand this question.
Lady from UNIS asked that she never heard about MUN program before. So yeah, therefore she joined this webinar. And also in her campus, she never listened about kind of competition as this kind of competition model United Nations. Maybe maybe Aiman can tell to her or explain to her any activity that delegate will do during MUN session. Maybe the debate or the social net or everything. You can tell to her in a short way.
Okay. When you're talking about physical MUN, here's what you have to keep in mind and what you have to went through. Number one is you will not get sleep during the conference because so you have been debating, right? You have to keep track of whatever points that people have made throughout the whole day, not just one day. It's gonna be, if it's 3 days, 3 days. If it's 2 days, it's 2 days. Other than that, usually the first night, when the first day of the conference ended, you would probably be starting on the working paper. Now this is jargon, all right? And I don't think if you have never heard of MUN, you would understand really what is going on. But yeah, basically on the first day, you'll be working with the working paper. And this working paper is basically the preliminary paper or documents for your resolution paper. And on the second day, you will discuss the working paper, whatnot. Jadi, usually what it is about is, what I can conclude is that in MUN, first you have to establish a debate or sort of like an argument or even to just discuss the topic. And then the second part is you need to propose a solution. And then the third part is you need to compromise the solution. And then the fourth part is finally agreeing to disagree. Or even just, the final process, which is voting on the resolution paper. So in general, that's the flow of MUN. And also, yeah, again, like I said, you will not get sleep at all because the first night you'll be working on the working paper. The second night you'll be finishing up the draft resolution. And yeah, it's quite tiring, but it's fun. Seriously.
Oke, thanks Aiman for the outstanding answer. Jadi tadi jawaban dari Aiman adalah ketika kita ikut MUN, jadi ada beberapa aktivitas atau kegiatan yang mungkin dilakukan di dalam MUN tadi. Nah, salah satunya ya resiko mengikuti MUN itu teman-teman jam tidurnya jadi berkurang gitu kan. Karena ketika kita ikut MUN itu kan bukan hanya 1 hari biasanya ya kalau MUN, itu bahkan ada yang 3 hari gitu, ada yang 3 atau 4 hari. Nah, selama 3 atau 4 hari itu dari pagi sampai mungkin menjelang sorenya teman-teman harus diplomasi, bernegosiasi dalam moderate and moderate caucus ya kan, dan itu tentunya membutuhkan tenaga yang sangat banyak gitu kan, jadi menguras energi teman-teman gitu kan. Kemudian juga ada social night biasanya kalau di MUN itu. Kemudian nanti teman-teman sebelum MUN juga kalau ada riset ya kan sebelum buat position paper. Nah, ketika hari hanya nanti teman-teman akan buat ada working paper dengan delegate lain ya kan. Dan mungkin kalau misalkan teman-teman udah mempersiapkan jauh-jauh hari ya kan. Kemudian ada draft resolution. Nah, draft resolution ini adalah kelanjutan dari working paper yang telah teman-teman buat sebelumnya. Kemudian di MUN nanti juga teman-teman ya tentu akan belajar untuk gimana mempertahankan argumennya, gimana ketika posisi teman-teman itu dalam agree atau disagree terhadap isu yang lagi dibahas dalam sidang simulasi PBB tersebut begitu. Semoga bisa menjawab ya, Lady. Okay, Aiman, I think this is we have attended the last session, so we can have picture together, photo session together. Okay. So all of participants, you can turn on your camera. We will have a photo session together. Thank you, Aman. Okay, guys, you can turn on your camera.
Smile, smile.
Good day, everyone. It is the last of our meeting today, so let me count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Mr. Hairul?
Iya. Pak Syafri, okay, if you have something to tell, Pak Syafri silakan. Tadi ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin.
Nothing, not yet. Enough.
Oke, Pak. Oke. Oke. Operator, already? Photo session? Oke, yes. Oke. Thank you, Aiman.
Right, happy to be here. Thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, now it is time for me to give the time back to the chair. To the MC. Sorry. Kanjeng, it is time for you.
Okay, thank you so much for Maria Ulfa and all the speakers. Now we are in the end section of our webinar. Before we close this webinar, we would like to award our moderator, Maria Ulfa. The certificate will be shown on the screen, and then we will have a poll section. The operator, please help us.
Okay, continue.
We can continue to the closing. Thank you.
Okay, Kanjeng, you can move to the session to the closing.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's wrap up our event today. Thank you so much for your attendance and your contribution. We hope that this event could inspire and give benefit for us. On behalf of committee, we are sorry for any weakness or mistakes. Stay healthy, stay productive. I wish you all a pleasant day. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining this international webinar.
Thank you, Angel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Aiman. Dan thank you, Adolfo.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hairul Ahmad.
Thank you, Pak Dekan.
Ya, Maria Ulfa. Good job. I think thank you, Kanjeng.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Yeah, for you.
Yes. See you next time.
Okay. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dengan kesadaran sendiri.
Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad.
Apa itu? Mantap lah, mantap.